Good morning, Vietnam. What's today's temperature? It's going to be hot. Very hot. How's it going, everyone? Guten Morgen. I was up so late last night, I usually wouldn't even be awake until about 30 minutes from now. Sup, Groovy? Sup, Metard? Weak vocals? Well, I'm not gonna, like... Should have said it with my chest. Should have dug in my butt twin or whatever shit you would say, Corona Kid. There's a reason why, and it's because I'm very tired. But I can change that. I have an energy drink right here. I'm gonna disgust you all. Cocaine! Yes! This is a Rockstar Boom whipped strawberry. What was I doing last night? Dealing with a PC that's wanting to cook itself by playing fucking Sekiro. And if I play anything too intensive today... I'll probably run into the same problem. So, this is gonna be more of a Slop React / community stream, thing today. We're gonna go real long though. You missed the DAS game last night? Well, I didn't get any notification that that was fucking happening. How's it going, darling? You are going to discuss about all of us? I don't know what you mean. But there aren't particularly any videos I specifically want to watch. But there is a Warren Smith video I want to cover. You guys know who Warren Smith is, right? Real long, you're used to that. Peepers, peepers, peepers. Always coming in with the slander. It's how he says hello. No, you do not. Oh, okay. So, I suppose I can show you. I'm just taking off my belt because I don't need it in my own sanctified home. We're going beltless BMO. Okay. So, Warren Smith likes to cover generally political things, especially now. But I think that this is a quite interesting video to discuss. It would be a good discussion point. YouTube is racist. I can't greet people in Aussie without getting in trouble. Oi, Groovy. What's up, cunt? I'll give it to you. How you doing, cunt? Alright. He's gonna whip his children. That Corona Kid let him. So let me show you guys what I'm looking at here. Ignore this. I don't know why this is here. It's mainly because this is the actual, like, BMO YouTube account that I'm using. So it thinks that I'm obsessed with VTubers, because this is what I tend to watch Cine on. So I don't even like watch content mostly on this. It's just I'll jump on YouTube videos, you know, represent myself. Okay, so I'm gonna take this music, bring it way down low. Dungeon Peak and recommended. Is there? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, so this is the video that we're going to be looking at here.
So Sam Richards is back.
So, for those that didn't know, we have had Warren Smith on The Thinkers before. It was right as he was starting to get real big. We were able to, land him for an interview. It is still on Kitty's channel on The Thinkers. At that time, I was working at a Verizon store, and they had me working in the mornings. So I was literally sitting in a truck. We were truck mode that day. If you watch one VTuber, YouTube algo doesn't stop recommending them constantly. Yeah, absolutely. But pretty much, this guy has gotten pretty prolific. His big thing is that he got famous off of a video going viral where he doesn't record his class per se. He was recording himself in the class, and his students were asking him questions. And one of them said that J.K. Rowling is a racist. Hey, Shane Kirkland, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. But pretty much this guy went viral after asking that question. He was just asking like, okay, where did you come to this? What makes you think so? This kid couldn't answer these questions. This kid was unable to go off of, well, other people say that J.K. Rowling's a racist, therefore she must be. And he basically was just questioning the logic of that. And that basically made him skyrocket into the fame that he is in now. I mean, when we had him interviewed on the Thinkers, he did not have 401,000 subscribers. All right, Leon Stalker Supreme, welcome, welcome. You joined my Discord last night, and I was like, who the heck is this? Why do I have a Leon Stalker here? I am nothing like Leon. Truckmo is gonna reincarnate people? Absolutely. But how am I doing? I'm doing all right. I'm still waking up. Got a little bit of a stuffy nose. Other than that, it's gonna get warm, so I'm glad that I'm starting now. But we're gonna watch this video. And yeah, we're just gonna see. He is gonna be talking about a college class that is talking about basically it's a racial relations issue. And I think that this will be an interesting one to talk about. You have bad anime takes like him. I have better anime takes than him. I would argue him to the wall that his anime taste is fucking trash. He said Kill la Kill is mid. But today, if you join my Discord and you want to drop a video into the React Video Suggestions channel, we will try to watch some stuff today from there. So, if you have any suggestions, drop them in there. Oh, brud, mid la mid? Why do you think it's mid? Either way, we'll talk about anime afterwards. We're gonna watch this video now.
So can we have our 3 volunteers? The only professor that...
Oh, I'm gonna bet that people can't really hear this very well. Hold on. Music's gonna go way low. Actually, I should be able to. Yeah, you guys can see it. I'm gonna... Oh, no, I can't separate them. Fuck. Okay. Well, that's fine. Here we go.
I know of who is live streaming his lectures. This student jumps in and she claims that Sam Richards is back. So
Sam Richards is the professor that I like to watch. All of it's on YouTube. You can watch his stuff. He does a pretty damn good job. Highly recommend him.
Can we have our 3 volunteers? The only professor that I know of who is live streaming his lectures. This student jumps in and she claims that Harvard is just extremely excessively white.
when it comes to like at least Harvard, like it's really white. I don't know. Like
in Sam.
Do you guys think that Harvard's white? We're gonna Asmongold this. I'm gonna just pause every 15 seconds and ask you a dumb question. No, I'm joking. I don't really share this opinion, but I didn't go to college, so I avoided that.
Richards points out the flaw here.
Actually, it's not that white.
Not that white.
No. No, look.
What is the population that is white versus black versus Latino? We would expect that the student makeup would reflect those demographics. That would be perfectly logical, but it's not even a reflection of that.
37% Asian,
That's very Asian.
16% Hispanic, 14% black. It's like whites are a minority.
Oh, he said the words. He said the words that whites are like a minority on the at Harvard. And actually, there's currently a lawsuit that's going on. What's up, Best Burrito? Good morning. There's currently a lawsuit, or it just finished, I don't remember which, where there actually was a class action lawsuit against Harvard because they were actually discriminating. They were claiming that they were discriminating against Asians in the application process. Because Asians had to basically fulfill more credits than any other racial group. That's a little bit of an issue, isn't it? But we're going to keep watching.
Then she just completely changes the argument.
When it comes to black people, at least within our own communities, right?
Okay.
We don't see like us going to Ivy Leagues as much as like our white peers.
What is my community? I don't know anyone in my community who went to Harvard. People I grew up with? Is that
I know one person in my community that went to Harvard, and she's my cousin, and she's annoying as hell. Are like a quote or just are minority? What do you mean, darling? An early stream, yippee. What's up, demo boy? Nice of you to drop by. Metard says, and so he let the blue-haired girls with nose rings through the gates with the magic M word. Minority, yes, indeed. Or marginalized. That's the word, marginalized.
my community? None of them went to Harvard. Is that a problem?
Okay.
Because I went to a white high school and they got into more Ivies than all the black students, and like we applied there too.
Okay.
I have no peers that went to an Ivy League.
So sometimes it's like not always true. And like, what about?
I have a question actually, chat. Did any of you guys go to a quote white high school, or a black high school, or like a brown high school? I know I didn't, but I had a unique experience of I didn't even go to. I was homeschooled until high school, and then from there, I was in a private school. So, and that was not. Oh, I would not classify it as a white school either. Like, it was me, my sister, and my older brother, and we were the only white kids. But who cares? We were all in the same social class, I guess you could say. I just went to school.
The other white people that had the same
there's an
stats.
assumption that you just made right there.
But that student points it out, that exact point.
I grew up in a very white community too, and we had a very few minority people. Majority of the minority people went to Ivy Leagues than my...
Is that what I sound like on the microphone? Do you guys want me to sound like that on the microphone? Does that sound good? My question was that what is the difference between being like a minority versus simply being a minority? Your opinion, pretty much. Or at least that's what I think.
than my white friends.
Yeah, I mean what you
No,
just...
it's not just that. It's different everywhere.
Yeah, but what you just said, you said, because we don't know if the white students performed at the same level as the black and brown students. So
that's
like,
an
we don't
important
know
question.
that. So that's an assumption we have to be careful to make.
We're going to see where that goes off the rails here.
If things aren't equal, if we're all not meted out with equal gifts and curses and whatever, then at least life should at least be fair and not
Equal curses, gang. Let's go. Let's have some equal curses out here. By the way, I did not even put the link out, so let me just do that real quick. Just hang on 1 second, guys. You can tell she's been brainwashed, or he's been brainwashed. I think that specifically, like this guy's videos, he does a pretty good job of dispelling narratives and brainwashing. Of course, it's like, it's up to the kids on whether they want to actually retain that or not. But they do a pretty good job. There we go. Now the link is put out. I just have keep digging in your butt twins stuck in my head. I'm blaming Corona Kid, even though I'm the one that said it. There we go. Let's go back. Whoops, wrong thing. There we are. Demo Boy says, I went to a private school in the Balkans, so I didn't see much of that. Dude, the Balkans? No, don't eat the mic. I'd rather you eat something else. What the hell does that mean, Leon Soccer Supreme? LSS? I think I'm just going to start calling you.
I just want it to be fair.
What is equality? Equality is equal opportunity.
But wasn't affirmative action an attempt to address inequality and create equity?
Equality is equal opportunity. Equity is equal outcome. As long as
Real quick. Who here knows about affirmative action and how it works? I'm betting if Best Burrito is watching, she knows how to answer the question, but the next question would be, do you think that affirmative action actually did what it set out to do?
we have equal opportunity, we will never have equal outcome.
How is affirmative action an attempt to bring about greater equity? How's it work in college admissions?
He knows where he wants to go here.
People from a higher class, like,
his name is Colin.
upper middle class, are...
No, hang on. I'm going to help you. The word you were going to use and you didn't use that you were looking for is historically disadvantaged groups.
Yes, yeah.
Blech. I hate that rhetoric right there. Historically, meaning even today they're disadvantaged. How? This is where you have to ask the question, how? This was a thing I get in discussions like these, not all the time, but usually when regarding certain parts of my family. We'll talk about this. They'll definitely have some different ideas than I do. Just because I differ morally from them, I suppose. But the historically disadvantaged group mindset is what I really don't like. Because it's the everything is against us. The whole system's against us, bro. Instead of, you know, it being an individualist, you'd rather just sit there and be a victim is kind of how it feels like to me.
This is the language you're going to encounter. It's the framing of historically disadvantaged groups.
And like the kids on the reservation are working so hard as they can, and they're spinning, and the schools are really bad, and there are no role models, and they don't have money.
If you want to look at it through socioeconomic lens, I'm all for it.
How's affirmative action going to help bring about greater equality? How's it? Yeah, no, we're not going to touch fairness yet. How's it going to bring about greater equality?
But it's all about fairness.
I think it's just the fact that it takes into consideration certain historical and societal things that have happened in the country.
And then?
It's not what you have done and said, your actions, but the actions of your ancestors and others' ancestors.
Like, for example, like if you're black, it takes into consideration that, like the data we saw earlier about the median, that like you may have not grown up in a neighborhood, for example, that had certain programs in place at your high school.
There is an assumption of your
I didn't have those programs and I did fine. But I suppose that could be explained as my whiteness.
socioeconomic status, and this is what reveals the inherent racism of equity.
When they see that you're black on your application, they can be like, maybe they didn't have as many opportunities as the white person that grew up in an affluent neighborhood.
All right.
So this leads to viewing people through the lens of group identity, hence group identity politics.
Group identity politics. I hate this shit. Yeah, it's very easy to create specific phrasing to make people feel like victims with these kind of things. It's stuff to keep an eye on for sure. I'd say so. Groovy says, this guy is wild, but Jesse Lee Peterson, oh, I know who he is. Black guy, grew up on a plantation with his family. He says the civil rights movement actually set people back and initialized that hatred of the white man. That the civil rights movement actually set people back? Yeah, I don't hold that belief, that's for sure. I know who Jesse Lee Peterson is. That's a pretty crazy thing here. Did you watch the Stitch and Adam stream where they talked with FD Signifier about whiteness? Yeah, FD Signifier is racist as hell. Like, discard everything that man says if he claims to be objective. He is not. He's a fucking racist. He hates white people so much. Like, it's just dripping off of him. It's just all the condescension when he tries to correct you too. This is the problem I have with a lot of these really far left socialist types. The condescension along with being wrong really fucking gets me.
I want to ask a question. Arjun, can you look at her and see, do you know what her ancestry is?
Look at the student's response. They're like, wait, am I even allowed to do that?
Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah,
Shout out to the sponsor of this video, Cove Pure.
Hold on. So there's one thing I want to actually point out. Where is it? No, it's not there anymore. When I looked at the top comment when I first watched this, there was a there was a comment at the very top that was specifically talking about the weight of the lady on the left of that bench, and it's like she can't see past her weight or something of the sort. I thought it was pretty funny, very mean, but
You might have heard Joe Rogan find that medical journals
we're just gonna
dropping children's IQ of impurities in over 2 months
yeah,
now. And
water,
like a temperature
water.
control is tea or something.
Buy water.
Right now I'm in
Subscribe to
North
Warren
Carolina,
Smith. He has some
and this is a
interesting
bacon
stuff.
subscription box. Covepure.com/Warren Smith. For a limited time, you can get a special discount of $200 off of Cove Pure.
This is a new video, so it's made a day ago. So, you know, covepure.com/Warren Smith for purified water. Go for it.
For a limited time, you can get a special discount of $200 off of Cove Pure.
Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, dude.
Just making a point here.
Do you think you're not allowed to do that?
I mean, isn't like assuming like bad? Like, isn't that like the thing that's like? Yeah.
See, hey, white people, it's not just us that has learned that we're not supposed to look at people and make assumptions. Everybody has taken that on.
Yes, but we all make assumptions in life. It's how we
Yes.
navigate the world. Assumptions based upon our past experiences, the stories that we encounter. That's not going to go away.
Dude, you're allowed to. This is a class on race relations. You can look at people's faces. You can look at Colin. You can look at her. You can look at me. And you can just, yeah, I'm just curious where you think what her ancestry is.
But the real discussion here is around the framework of policy and the laws. That's where the rubber meets the road.
What's the equity
Yeah.
issue? What's the Supreme Court saying?
That college admission should not factor in race, period.
Why'd they rule against this?
Agreed.
Because it's racist.
What are they seeing?
Agreed.
Like,
He knows where he's trying to get them. It's just kind of almost painful to see how difficult it is for them.
it's like the equality of opportunity, something like that, right?
This should be coming naturally.
It should be coming natural. Like, this is the problem I have with like equality versus equity. The language changed. I remember like the language of like saying that we need to strive for equality in the culture changed around like 2013, 2014 in my experience. And then from then it was trying to push equity, which meant that we should push up and prop up groups that, while everyone has the same opportunities, are still failing. And that's kind of where the affirmative action stuff goes. Last I checked the affirmative action numbers, a lot of the time these people that basically they didn't have the test numbers to actually get into these high-end schools, and they end up flunking out of these schools despite having gotten the golden opportunity. because they just couldn't keep up. It's basically the opposite of meritocracy in that sense.
Because it really isn't that complicated.
People argue that like, no matter who you are, where you come from, you have like equal chance depending on where you started from, or like, I guess like, I mean, I just found this out like last class about the structural thing. Not like found out, but like it went more into depth.
So start
about it.
thinking about that.
Yeah.
You're Mexican. We're gonna like give you a little bit of something extra. What happens?
Something is taken from someone else. If you're going to get extra, that is by definition unfair to the others who are participating in that game.
That's a huge question, by the way.
It's not that huge.
What's the follow-up?
Your mom's a huge question. No, I'm just joking. Originally, they didn't even use the term equity, but used the word equality to mean it. Luckily, they eventually started to use equity because they were being a little more honest at that point. Groove says, yep, let's just give everyone equality, which was affirmative action. Then they switched to equity, which is DEI, having a balance of races. DEI came in later. Equity doesn't necessarily mean diversity, equity, and inclusion. It just is included in the slogan. It's one piece of the pie. Chuck Norris didn't create the earth for this.
For people who are not Jade.
We're almost done with this, and then we'll go switch
What about
to a
everyone else?
softer
He's trying to
subject.
get them to realize it's unfair without spelling it out.
Can I just interrupt for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Aeon Dime, what's
Why
up?
is this important?
I believe this is his wife, and she jumps in with a clarifying question.
What makes this conversation about equity important? What is it that, what's the value?
We should not judge someone based upon their group identity, but rather on the merit of the content of their character.
It's what we're really fighting about. We have all of this inequality. We have things that we know are unfair. And so we step into the system and we start moving it around.
You're doing that in an artificial way to create a specific outcome.
And every time you move something, it impacts something else.
Someone
I think this was
famous
baked
said
into
that.
The framework that
I
the
wonder who.
fathers laid out, this inherent truth within the very fabric of reality. It laid the foundation for what could be achieved when you allow that framework to exist.
The people who won the Supreme Court case, what did they say? Do you imagine they said?
And it's not a sustainable game, and it inevitably leads to more inequality in this paradox.
Hey, you know what? We look at you, we're gonna move you forward. You gotta assume 100,000 people apply to Penn State.
You're still dealing with a finite number of resources. In this case, it's the number of spaces at the college. So to give is to take.
You gotta assume of all the people that they said no to, one of them is equal to Jade, if not multiple, but they didn't get looked at.
So if you're struggling with this concept, this should clarify it for you. You don't want to be fumbling with this like these students are. This should come naturally and quickly because it's pretty logical and clear.
There you go. Subscribe to Warren Smith. The guy's got some pretty interesting videos, and if he's not the interesting one, he is commentating upon an even more interesting video. And no, I'm not going to be watching this. I have no interest in this. We're going to switch gears. I think we're going to watch something a little lighter. Maybe we can watch something about anime commentary or something of the sorts. What are you guys in the mood for? Unless you have something that you want me to react to. Give me something. But also, hello, Aeondine. I hope you're doing well. Let's see here. Nope, not going to bring that up. That is a not safe for work meme I was just pinged in. Very not safe for work. Okay, so there's a YouTuber called The Masked Man. Right here. I kind of want to watch one of his videos. We will be pausing a bunch because this guy has some pretty good... What the fuck is this? What the fuck? Get the fuck out of here, pimple popper. What is this? I'm not watching that. What the fuck is this? What is this? Disgusting. Who the fuck
If you've got
does
time.
that? But he's got a pretty good catalog of videos. I like this guy's videos generally. I lost 3 work laptops to cats and children in one day. And I'm day drinking. I'm fine, thanks for asking. He protests a little too much, no? No. You stop that. Oh, maybe we could watch Solo Leveling 1 Anime of the Year from last month ago. I think that would be a fun one to watch. How many Solo Leveling fans do you have in chat right now? And this guy does have some fantastic videos. Highly recommend that you subscribe to him. I'm not subscribed to him on this account, but I think I will subscribe to him on this account. I have another account that I use mostly. Pretty much if you guys see Chrono Captcha anywhere, that's me still. I'll just be open and honest about that. But now we're gonna watch some anime slop. Are you guys ready for an anime slop? Let's go. About Solo Leveling 1 Anime of the Year ... Let's go. Subscribe
I'm a
to the Masked
hater.
Man.
I think I try to tell myself that I'm not. And I think oftentimes we as people, we try to view ourselves as like this one thing, right? Well, no, that's not the case. We're all like multifaceted and shit, right? And so, you know, I do all these videos appreciating shit and loving it and be like,
Watch Free Run, by the way. Free Run is probably one of the best anime I've watched in the last year.
hey man, if you like this, you know, who cares? You enjoy it, you love it. That's awesome. Who am I to judge? But then there's also this other part of me that is like, fuck that. That shit is gay.
Has he won you over yet? Solo midding? Yes, indeed. And he does have a pretty cool persona. I did fan art for him once. He didn't even see it. Because he's not on Twitter. He fucking stays off of Twitter. But yeah, subscribe to the Masked Man. He's got a really good catalog of videos. So just make sure to give him the love he deserves.
Dude, you want to know how much of a hater I am? I don't even know what other anime came
Is
out
he as much of a hater as me?
for the year that qualified. I just know that it shouldn't have been Solo Leveling. Why the fuck in 2025, I'm moving this microphone, it's gonna make a shit ton of noise, I don't care. Why in 2025 I have to hear about Solo Leveling still is unfair. This shit is not okay. I can't remember if I said in a previous video because I just like, I make my videos and then I'm on to the next one, right? And I'm like, okay, this is a neat time back, like little time.
I'm going to make it clear. I do not like Solo Leveling. I haven't liked Solo Leveling ever. BMO's the king hater? Hell nah. How's it going, Roadkill? Nice to see you. Actually, real quick, I need to change the category of this YouTube video. So just give me one moment. Uno momento. Overrated? It goes beyond overrated. It goes way beyond overrated. Go. Yeah, like Solo Leveling itself is one of those issues that it got way too powerful. Like everyone wants to talk about it. And it's not even that good. He's changing it to weeb gooning. Ugh. I'm not gooning, alright? I'm masturbating. There's a difference. Yeah, besides music and animation and some ideas, Solo Leveling is a little bit of a downer with the Aura farming. I'm okay with Aura farming. It's specifically when all it is Aura farming. So let's remove this. We're gonna probably get some randos in the chat because we're moving to entertainment, not gaming. One Punch Man does it better. To a degree, because it's trying to be funny. It's fine, it's not amazing, but it's not bad. The comic is definitely better, though. but the comic itself isn't that great either. That's the thing. In terms of manhwa, in terms of webtoons, there's so much better stuff out there than Solo Leveling. Solo Leveling basically became a poison upon webtoon. All right, we're gonna get back into this. Lower the audio. There we go. And we're getting back into it. Like, webtoon is now just like rife with how I became this level 300 wizard with the power of only a stick. Like, that's type of stuff. It's actually, this guy has a fantastic video on it. I haven't heard anyone say it's the best ever, just lots of people like it. I have heard recently people directly say it's one of the best things ever. So
time capsule that I could revisit, but whatever, right? I'm certain that I said in a previous video that, like, hearing about solo leveling again, it's like we already went through this whole thing. Like, I see people making videos, and there was one that I didn't click on it because the title kind of said everything that I needed to hear. I think I agree with it. I did the Twitter thing where I just watched a video without watching it. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to the YouTuber who made that video, but I'll link it. It's sort of like how solo leveling's premise, like it kind of sets it up for failure or whatnot, right? And it's like hearing about solo leveling in 2025, to go back to, you know, what I was saying earlier before I went on this other side tangent. It's like if you were in a conversation and someone's like, yo, you hear LeBron went to Miami? You're like, the fuck? He went to Miami again? It's like, nah, bro, the decision, it just happened. You're like, what? It feels like I've gone through and observed what solo leveling has done to manhwa. And its legacy,
oh,
and
hey,
the fact
he
that
shares
if you
my
were
opinion.
to make a tier list of like all of the manhwa,
hold on. Wait a second.
The fact that if you were
Wait
to
a minute.
make a
No socks. No socks. That's a crime. This is a crime. If you're gonna wear shoes, you better fucking wear socks.
tier list of like all of the manhwa possible that you could read, the further that you go down to like the C, D, and F tier, the more that you notice it starts to homogenize into solo leveling in all of its awful offspring.
Pretty much.
Dude, this shit is, and look, I actually saw the solo leveling anime, right? And I'll be honest, the animation is stellar, which made it all the more fucking infuriating, because it's like, why solo leveling? It's popular, that's why. I know why. I don't know why I asked.
Those invisible
Yeah,
socks, roadkill, are so uncomfortable.
Anime of the year? Anime of the year. What else? Okay, hold on. What else? Okay, so the nominees were The Apothecary Diaries, Solo Leveling, Kaiju.
Now, Apothecary Diaries, I've been told to watch. I have not seen it, though. Of course, Bimo wants him to take his shoes off. Darling, I'm going to time you out for that. Don't play. Oh, I'm going to play. No, I'm just kidding. I won't time you out. But what the fuck? What the fuck, man? Kaiju number 8. I would not say it was like anime of the year material, but I did enjoy that first season. I have not seen Apothecary Diaries, so can't really comment on it.
Number 8, Soso no Furin, Dungeon
Frieren.
Meshi, and
Frieren and Dungeon Meshi especially. I feel like especially Frieren. Now, I know it's like the very popular thing to say that Frieren is really, really good now, because it genuinely is. But like that Frieren or Dungeon Meshi should have been at the top anyway, just in terms of character writing. I cannot speak to the merits of Apothecary Diaries, but I've heard that it has good character writing as well. Solo Leveling does not have good character writing. So why is it at the front? Because this is a user voted poll. That's why. Also, that dude's armor looks cool. This guy right here, Laios, is the definition of like autistic. He's so autistic. That's not Solo Leveling's fault, though. Anime of the Year was chosen based on a single popularity vote. Yeah, that's what I said. That it's a poll. See, this is like when you get people talking about general anime, it will homogenize to shonen. It'll always homogenize to shonen. Because shonen is the most popular form of animation in the West, like in terms of anime. Autistic Knight, I'm sold. Yeah, Dungeon Meshi. It's on Netflix, but you can find it other places if you want to have a little more fun.
Dandadan. Huh.
Dandadan,
Well,
yeah.
Kaiju number 8, I completely... That had an anime? What the fuck? I know the Dungeon Meshi fans aren't probably all too happy about it. All 5 of them. No, I'm kidding. I've seen
All 5 of them. That burn.
the fan arts.
Call me number
fortunately.
6.
Not unfortunately, fortunately. Y'all are the dedicated fan base. So also know if you're in, wow, that not winning... Man, I know that fan base can't be too happy. For those of you that don't really pay attention to other anime, if I had to make a comparison of like Sousou no Furin, which I actually also did watch, how can I make a comparison for those of you maybe that aren't all too invested into anime? I like say Elden Ring, right? When Elden Ring came out and it was nominated for Game of the Year, and you were like, yeah, Elden Ring actually didn't win. Really, what beat it? FIFA? You'd be like, what? I just don't.
Yeah, it's a very good comparison, actually. Though I think like freaking Solo Leveling has a little more merit than, of course, FIFA in terms of like Elden Ring versus FIFA. But yeah, like what Roadkill's saying right now, beautiful visuals and good music will carry an audience opinion to a large degree. Very true.
Don't listen. Solo Leveling
The
is
whole
just a series that
jangling
it loses its
keys.
appeal so quickly, and it's a recurring issue with so many series that have become the shameless rip-offs, just trying to like profit off of it. The studios that are in charge of making these fucking things, it's like the character goes through the training and all of these traumatic experiences and somehow develops less of a personality. It just becomes these fantasy self-inserts that, again, if I put a gun to your skull and I was like, yeah, tell these 5 or 6 apart, you wouldn't be able to do so. And so
Yeah, there was a meme I saw the other day that was like, all right, which one of these protagonists goes to which series? And it's like 6 different average height dudes with long black hair, but not like super long, just like long black hair that covers their face in like a messy hairdo. And then they're wearing like very basic fantasy armor with like a popped collar. And they're all wearing like muted coloring. And they all just looked like freaking Kirito from Sword Art Online. Like all of them, every single one. That's the anime's fault. They cut the characterization. It's in the source material. But the thing is when we're using Solo Leveling as a basis for this, I would not say that the source material has any sort of good characterization. I felt absolutely nothing for the characters as I read through that series. Absolutely nothing. And I'm not, it wasn't me trying to speedrun it either. Like I've read through most of it and the visuals were nice, but like the lore wasn't very interesting to me at all. The characters themselves were just purely reactionary. There was nothing else to them. They're not quite paper cutouts, but like everyone that wasn't the main character felt like a paper cutout. Like it was really bad to me. I didn't like it. It was very mid.
So I actually don't know if I can legally say this. I don't think I signed an
Legally.
NDA with them. If the lawyers come for me and my soul, I have a Patreon if you would then like to support my fight
Yes.
for the cause.
Support him.
But like
Support the masked
Webtoon, so
man.
I was with a Webtoon for like a little bit, a couple years ago, and I was like, oh cool, like I could get paid to talk about some Webtoons that I think are neat. I can like I have incentive to go, you know, treasure diving, right? And fucking find some cool shit and promote it. So I brought it to him. I was like, yo, I would fucking love to cover this. And they were accepting of it. And the last time...
Roadkill, it gets too much hate? It gets too much hate? I don't know. I think that contrasts with like, it gets way too much love. Like, way too much. I don't know. But like I said before, Roadkill, if you want to join me, you just let me know. If you feel like talking, you let me know, all right?
I worked with them more recently, they were cool with the selections I made, which was awesome. It allowed it to work because I made it clear to them. I was like, I can't be like, hey, this is really cool fucking thing, Corpse Knight Gunther, I'd like to cover it. And they're like,
oh yeah,
well,
Corpse Knight Gunther.
you know, why don't you just cover fucking max level newbie? Like, I'm sorry. I said it. I know I said this one in a previous video. There's only a certain amount of time that I could sell out for, and I'm pretty sure max level newbie is by the same studio as Solo Leveling. In fact, that was part of their marketing. It was like, brought to you by the studio that made Solo Leveling. More ass. And this isn't me trying to shit on manhwa or webtoon, unless web novel wants to pay me to say otherwise. But if not, it's just like.
He's doing a little bit of grifting. He does a little grifting. You'll come on, Roadkill? Sweet. Sweet. Hold on. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Mm-hmm. There we go.
Manhwa, I felt like, was this thing that was meant to be like this alternative to manga in the state of manga. For those of us that got fucking sick and tired of going through like a manga website and seeing the sheer amount of a god-awful isekai manga that are just dominating the homepage.
That's my hot take. My hot take is like most, like well over 90% of all isekai are trash. Just god-awful trash. Absolutely terrible. I am not a fan of isekai. Oh, my voice! Oh, man. Okay. Let me try that again. I am not a fan of isekai. Pretty much at all.
You want to know what manhwa became? That shit became AEW. When WWE was so ass. When The Fiend and Seth Rollins Hell in a Cell match happened, and we were like, enough is enough. And then, you know, AEW popped up, and Punk went over there, and I was like, oh, this is cool. And then now AEW is some hot ass. Argue with the wall. I'm not debating any of y'all on that one, but that's what this feels like. And Solo Leveling is just, what is this? Anime of the year? Anime of the year. Anime of the fucking year. I have it up to here with the fact that I have to watch the Oklahoma City Thunder win a ring. Because if the Pacers beat Oklahoma City, we might actually have to start looking into like people gone missing. Because
I like how he suddenly like changes to basketball. He does basketball. He does wrestling. This man's an everyman. But I want to say I also can't stand basketball. Basketball is boring as fuck to watch. Not as bad as, let's say, baseball, though. Baseball truly is the mind-numbing sport. It is so boring to watch, especially if you're there in the frickin' stadium. I remember, like, I would watch baseball all the time with my dad. We would watch the frickin' Mariners games. And he loved baseball, but I didn't. It was one of those things I was just watching it because my dad wanted to watch it. And basketball is gay. You're not allowed to touch dudes unless you're in hockey. But long story short, my father ended up getting us, hey Squiddy, nice to see ya. Don't you need beer to watch it? Pretty much. But my dad would watch it for the love of the game. My dad loved most sports. But he got tickets through his work to specifically like to go watch a baseball game. So we went as a family on this work trip, pretty much. A sponsored work trip in a VIP slot. This was like a really big deal for my family because we could never do this. We ended up watching the game, and it was the most boring game ever. And from then on, I realized that the way that they have baseball set up on TV is to make it as entertaining as possible. And that should fucking say something, because god damn, there's a lot of nothing happening. Meatard says, I think what would make isekais a little more interesting is they went with a different genre besides the most basic fantasy and sci-fi-ish themes and genres. Like, I want to see some weird, cool shit. Yeah. I want to see some more alternate world stuff. I want to see, all right, I got switched out. I am now in a world where basically the cultural roles of men and women are switched. And that's it. And see how living in that is, or something of the sort. Like something kind of like that. Something that's just an alt world, not like, hey, let's go to the most basic fantasy world where everyone has video game stats. Because the video game stats thing, so freaking old. I'm so bored with that. Alrighty, it looks like Roadkill is ready. Alright, we're going to give him a call here. Yo.
You hear me?
I can hear you. Just turn you up a little bit. Chat won't be able to hear you yet. Hold on.
That's okay.
Good to see you. Good to hear you.
All right.
So we're going to go into here. They should be able to hear you now.
You gonna share screen?
I will share. Yeah.
Okay.
You can hear? Oh my gosh. Darling can hear you.
Oh, really? Maybe are you sharing your, like, what was it? Global audio? Is it called? Yeah.
No, not usually. Not usually, but sometimes Discord as a OBS connection works globally rather than how it usually says it is, where it needs to be at the specific page. He's doubled up now.
Sure.
I know why. Hold on. There we go. That should fix that. He should not be doubled up anymore. You want to just speak and forever not hold your peace?
Yes.
How do you feel about isekai?
Solo leveling is not that good, but it is also not that bad.
Okay.
How's that? As a test.
Is he too loud, guys? What do you think? Come on, this is your time to say some wild opinions.
Wild opinions. Oh, One Piece is really not that good either.
Damn.
There we go.
We're definitely gonna have to talk about that.
Yeah, we will. I'll have to rewatch it. Like I said, I have not watched it in like 10 years. I think I stopped around 2015, something like that, maybe.
Is that better, Aeon Dine? You stopped around 2015? No wonder you think it's not that good. But like the anime itself is definitely like, it doesn't do a good service to the story. Because the way that Toei does it is
I've read
one
it too.
chapter per
didn't
one
just watch
episode.
it.
I remember you saying that.
I've read it.
We've definitely had this conversation before. One Piece doesn't appeal to me at all. Main character is terrible. Luffy is terrible?
He's simplistic. He's not really that complex, but I think that his simplicity is his strength.
100%.
If you don't like that, that's fair. I think that the
don't apologize, Andy.
Maybe shine. Maybe the other problems with the series shine through Luffy, and maybe that's what's being detected. Maybe.
Maybe. I think one of the most solid complaints that one can lodge against like One Piece is that after characters in those Straw Hats are established, they don't really change. Or they very rarely do.
Yeah, for what is it? They're static characters, and those are fine, but maybe they don't serve a long-running series very well because you want progression. for a long
Well,
running series.
there is progression, but it's definitely not necessarily progression of the crew as a whole. A lot of the time, only specific crew members will get a spotlight in any given arc, as this is their
Sure.
chance to shine. But I like the sword guy. He should be protag. You like Zoro, huh? Everyone says that. A lot of people say that, but he would not make a good protagonist. He would not. He's a perfect supporting character, though. You've only seen the live action One Piece, and I wasn't looking at Luffy. I wonder who you were talking about. I mean, the live action One Piece was okay for what it was. They had to basically truncate so much of the series, and put in a subplot to make other characters more important than they needed to be at the beginning, so that they can basically condense it. And they did a relatively good job, albeit the effects were kind of eh. Oh, Metard says, static characters seem to be characters that have already gone through the hero's journey unless I'm thinking something else. You are thinking of something else. It's not that these characters have not gone through a hero's journey, but more of they just remain the same throughout most of the story. The point of the story is not them changing. It's the world changing around them a lot of the time.
Yeah, well, there's lots of ways you can achieve it. I mean, if you have somebody who's gone through their journey, right, then that might be a reason why. It could also be kind of Arrested Development, where there was something that blocked their, their development. They're stuck, and maybe especially for like a villain, that works well, where they just couldn't get past a hurdle, and that's kind of why they became a villain.
Oh yeah, for sure. Darling has a question. Is Roadkill TV Foxroo's new name?
Oh no. Maybe.
There are some people that might know you in this chat. Maybe.
Yeah. Maybe.
Do you want me to change to the OBS view just so that you can see the chat too, or do you have chat up?
No,
well?
I have it up. I have it up on another screen. I have two more.
Okay.
So.
Let's dig back into this video here.
Yeah.
At that point, what the fuck, right? Because I already...
Oh, am I sharing audio? Let's see.
I can hear it.
Okay, I am sharing audio. Just making sure.
beat the Cavs, and the Cavs, although they had injuries and shit, I need to stay focused. I've had it up to here with the fact that I have to watch OKC with fucking aura farming. Fuck, I hate that term so much. But like fucking aura farming Shea Gilgeous-Alexander as the leader of that team.
The aura, I am 100% agreement on aura farming.
Yeah.
Like, it's maybe, you know, it's accurate like 1% of the time, or maybe 10% of the time it's being used. But I feel like anytime you have any kind of, I don't know, stylish shot, or a person it just isn't speaking, they say aura farming. But like farming is like an activity, and it's an active activity that the person, you know what I mean? So unless you're describing someone who is, instead of, yeah, if you're just, unless
this
you're
seems a little
who's intentionally,
pedantic, doesn't it?
You know, yeah.
Actually, they're not doing an active activity, so they aren't farming at all. Now, I know that's not necessarily what you're saying, but that sounds so fucking funny to me. Nah, you cooking.
I mean, you know,
I do.
What is that? The camera is the one that's like doing the farming, if anything, right? The character is just being the character, theoretically.
He's just standing there. The camera's doing all the work. The camera's the aura farmer. No, it is the problem of I'm just going to look as cool as possible without actually achieving anything. And that is my problem with solo leveling specifically, that all of the fights, especially like, it's the same problem that One Punch Man has, that whenever you have One Punch Man in the scene, it's going to end too quickly. So you have to basically focus it on other characters until you let the most powerful person in the world, which is, you know, the main character of solo leveling, show up to deal with it. And then it's just, we're going to try and make him look cool for the 117th time. Oh,
Yeah.
now you're too
No,
quiet.
there are
Okay.
definite. I have a lot of problems with solo leveling. I can't get it behind a lot of the problems that people end up putting forth.
Yeah.
Like, what is it? I think that the characterization is definitely a problem for the anime. And like you pointed out, it definitely could use more work, right? But what I would actually focus on is like the plot. I think that what it really needed was to be reworked. Like, this is a good like second or third draft, but you need to like work more on like where the end. Well, actually, no. It's more like it was a first draft. Like he it felt like he was kind of writing it as it was happening, and then tried to wrap it up, and it definitely, like, especially at the end, it definitely feels that way.
Yeah.
Because like the ending is very anticlimactic in my opinion, and so if you go back through once you're done, and then like this is the advantage of like web novels versus like these comics being directly adapted, is that web novels, they get this kind of treatment where they're kind of writing it, and then they end, right? And then they get, picked up by a publisher, and they go back through that web novel and they're like, okay, let's make this a really good story, and they rework it
At
from
Piccolo.
with
Who are you
the
adding,
ending
Chroma Kid?
involved. What?
Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you mean, though, because this is the same thing that's happening to Bleach right now with its anime.
Yeah,
I don't know if you knew this.
Bleach is horrible like for this. And that's another
Yeah.
thing that people don't want to hear, is that Bleach has massive world building problems.
Yes.
And like arcs that are essentially redone over and over again. Like
with the main like premise not changing either. It's the formula doesn't change all throughout the series. There's nothing new.
If you're just watching it episode to episode and you're liking it, you may not really tracking what's going on as far as like arcs and like story progression, and keeping track of like the world building, like what makes sense at what time, you know, just because like the Quincy's, if you track for Bleach the progression of like understanding the Quincy's and how they fit into the world, it really doesn't make any sense, or makes very little sense. And so, and the reason for that is because the guy is just writing it as he's going along. He doesn't have like a full and complete story that he's delivering to the to us through the manga, through the anime.
Completely agree. Mainly due to that, this is a thing where a lot of writers, they do know how their story's going to end.
Well, no. They may have like an end in mind, but what I mean is it's not like fully detailed out and complete. You know what I mean?
Also,
it's not like
real quick,
releasing a chapters. You know, they're not. He hasn't like. Okay, here's what I mean.
Hold on a second. Hold your thought. Just someone. I need to ask chat a question. Do you guys want me to try and put something up here so that you can see when Roadkill's talking? Just to make it easier on you guys, or is this okay? I need to ask this question because some people are visual learners rather than, you know. You need that visual stimulus. We see the fit, bro. Well, you can't see his fit. That's the thing. I don't know. You probably don't have a rig ready, but that's okay. I could probably just capture your Discord.
I have a. Yeah, you can do that.
Let me see if I can do that.
Put a window right on me. Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah. The iZombie season 1. It was the
iZombie,
last
yes.
episode. What the last episode of season 1 was in the can, ready to go, before they even aired episode 1.
Yes.
Right. That's what I mean when I say, like, it's not that level of polish. It's not that ready, that level of delivery. You know, they're kind of like, I have a rough idea of where I want to go, and they're filling in sort of the blanks as they move along. And then if he gets another good idea, he's like, oh, let's incorporate this. I'm not saying he has zero clue what he's doing. It's not like Disney Star Wars, where they have literally no idea where they want to go. And they have, like, they're just casting people into roles, including the directors, and have zero clue of the story, right?
Yeah.
I understand that he does know roughly where he wants to go, but he hasn't detailed out the world, right? The world building is fluid in that series, in Bleach.
The world building
More so,
is fluid.
I would say, even than One Piece.
Yeah, because when it comes to comparison of One Piece, I think once you get about halfway through the series, I think everything is kind of not fluid anymore. Like, they've already decided, like, what retcons are going to happen have already happened, and then we're just building from there. That's how I see One Piece. There are definitely some retcons. We already talked about it yesterday, and in our last conversation with hockey. And we could even say that Gear 5 is an asshole. I don't really agree anymore, but it's the way that it was done. Within 80 chapters, you have now completely changed the perspective, but I wouldn't call that a retcon because I think it was better written than that. But that's something we can discuss afterwards. I'm trying to get the window capture to work right. Hold on one second. Add source. Window capture. Just call this Discord again. Discord 2. So that makes me capture all of this. But can I crop it? I want to crop it. How do I crop this? I'm not like Adam or any of these other dudes that just they can fucking do this so well. I cannot. Yeah, I think that's just gonna look like shit. I'm just gonna get rid of that. Sorry guys, you're just gonna have to listen to his dulcet tones. Alright. Do you want to watch more of the video? Do you have more to say?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what is it? I think that the idea of, what is it, like something that's mediocre that people latch on to.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say it's mediocre, but like, what is it? Watchmen. It wasn't like, it was good, but it wasn't like as influential as it maybe should have been, or at least in the way it was influential, right? Because
you're comparing it to Watchmen?
You know, people
or conflating it to such?
people. Well, here's the thing. People latch onto stuff and they become. What is it? Well, maybe the MCU is better fit because that was popular, and then it sort of dominated the landscape.
Yeah.
Right, and now all we have are blockbusters. We don't really even have. I'm not saying we have like what, especially on the indie scene, but like as far as like Hollywood movies, we don't generally get like low budget films anymore, or mid budget films anymore. They're all trying to be these massive high budget films.
The ones that like hit the zeitgeist, or just in
they're
general?
all trying to be that, you know.
Because I mean, there are still low budget films that hit the roster. Like they're just not the MCU. So the marketing
Agreed.
budget ain't
Agreed.
there.
No, sorry. I don't mean. So I'm being a little bit hyperbolic. I'm not saying that they don't exist.
How dare
It's
you?
Like, I'm saying that they don't exist in the numbers that they used to, right?
Okay.
We used to get blockbusters in the summer. There were like 2 or 3 of them a year, but now it seems like we get blockbusters all throughout the year, and we get far less films in general.
Blockbusters all throughout the year, but less films in general. I'm not sure I agree with you there. That seems a little contradictory, actually. But I think I see what you mean.
I mean,
maybe.
Yeah.
Specifically, it's like you're saying that there's less films overall, but there's also a blockbuster, like all throughout the year. Tends to sound contradictory. But if what you mean is that there are less small films being released and they're all big budget films, that makes a little more sense. If that makes it, is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah. Well, I meant films in the lower to mid budget category are less. Those films, those films, like everything's trying to be a blockbuster, and we're not like the lower to mid budget films haven't literally been erased, but we get far less of them.
I just think that they don't get hit by the culture as much, especially in the West. There's still plenty of movies that they come out all the time. They've got the small stories, they got the small budget. They might even have big name actors in them, but like they don't hit the zeitgeist because they are small. They're small scale.
You know what? And maybe I'm just not clued in. That could be too.
It could be. It also helps that like I talk to Charles too much and he talks about this stuff, so that very much could be a little bit of the bias here. But we have a video right here, but I want to address real quick what Corona Kid said in here. First he said, "No, bro, hockey was always planned." Wrong. Hockey was not always planned. There's a reason it only showed up at around the Marineford arc. Right before that, only right before that, during Amazon Lily, were they showing that there's this thing called Conquerors Hockey. Didn't know that it was a hockey at that time either. We thought it was special, and then we ran into more people with that problem. And then Corona Kid, you say, I mean, the Nika fruit does taint Luffy's success a bit because he's no longer the guy who made an ass fruit good. No, because that doesn't change. See, we as an audience know that he has this special fruit, but Luffy doesn't. Luffy still thinks he has the gum fruit. He's treating it as if it's the rubber fruit still. Our knowledge of that does not change the fact of how he uses that power. So I disagree with you.
Sure, but it makes the series less special.
Less special?
It doesn't affect Luffy. It affects One Piece though.
I mean, sure. Like in a matter of opinion way, sure, absolutely. I don't think it makes it less special.
It makes
personally.
what is it? Like Cronus Kid said, he like a character that makes like what is it? How do you phrase it? An ass fruit, good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus having what is it? The material you're working with matters, right? So if you are able to like transform like a hammer like into like this you're able to achieve like let's say like a knife. You have like one tool, right?
Uh-huh.
And you're able to carve a masterful piece of wood, just like this amazing piece of wood, right? Or this wood art, right? Versus if you've got like 20 different tools specialized in every kind of thing you need, right? You will value, and what is it? These two different people have the more or less the same piece of art. They're able to produce something comparable to each other, right? We're going to appreciate the guy who did it with the one knife more. And
Sure.
that's Luffy, right? Luffy, we thought was the guy with one knife. It turns out he's the guy with like 20 different tools, actually. And the way the world is set up, he doesn't know that he's different. You know, he doesn't know that he's got this amazing tool, but we do. And we see that it's actually made the series, what is it? Not less special, because that, you're right, that is subjective. But it's far less, it's much different. And if people want to view that, if they want to view it like was it as a much less interesting thing, that is perfectly reasonable for people to treat. Like, it essentially changes him from a common man into a chosen one.
Well, here's okay. This is that right there. Actually, perfectly encapsulates the difference. Hey, what's up, AJ? We're arguing about One Piece right now. How you doing? So my issue with that specifically is this idea that Luffy was a common man to begin with. He very much, like in the narrative, has never been this common man. He's always been that special character who's related to special people, who has this weird destiny about him where he's basically taken on the will of the most famous person in the world. Like, he's always been a chosen one. Always. This weird idea that he's an underdog never occurred to me, ever. He even has Conqueror's Hockey, which is proof of him being like one of the chosen ones, pretty much, because you don't have that unless you have like the highest amount of willpower above pretty much everyone else. It might be a perspective issue, I think. Well, but like when there was a reveal
with that, you're making my point with that.
That it makes it less special.
Like, well, no, let's take it before the time skip, right?
You just saw the episodes with his granddad. Which episodes would that be, AJ? Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, he grew up. He may have been special, right? But he grew up in a very kind of common. He wasn't treated like a prince. He didn't have special training. He didn't have anything special about him other than who he was related to.
Yes.
And that's what people are picking up on. Not that he didn't have some strange destiny that was unrealized, or that he wasn't related to people. I don't think anyone's denying
Oh
those
my
things.
gosh. AJ is at like some of the best parts of the series. He's at Water 7 rescuing Robin and gaining Frankie. That's like some of the best parts of the series right there.
Yeah.
You enjoy that. Talking with his granddad. So yeah, Ennie's Lobby just ended. So basically that's where you get the huge like world building drops of like, you thought the 7 warlords were a thing. Well, there's people above them. There are factions to this, and the factions are important. But regarding I think it really is a perspective thing. I think I am actually making your point to a degree, because there's still the perspective of him coming from nothing, being the underdog. It has, when the fruit changing, like that whole thing, that didn't change my perspective on Luffy or the series whatsoever. Because it just seemed to line up with how I already felt about it regarding this character is special, and the powers that he was using didn't really seem like rubber in the first place to me. Currently at them finding Brooke and being trapped on that zombie island. Oh man, you are way far behind.
Yeah.
But
No. Uh,
yes,
it was stated to be the gum fruit, and all of his
yes,
powers before the time skip, before hockey. We're going to say everything before hockey was introduced.
yeah,
Okay.
it lined up
It
at that point.
It lined up. That's when everything started to change. And if you're going to include stuff from after that, then I may agree with you. But if we're talking about, because that's more or less when I think that like everything started to go off the rails. He had, or not off the rails necessarily, but I just where the cracks started to show.
The cracks started to show.
Yeah.
Because especially
Where
when
we
moved from...
he
Go ahead.
changed what he wanted the series to more or less be about. He changed the relationships between people and factions and powers and the world in general.
Yeah, he made the world bigger. Like, but that was still going on even before hockey was introduced. After, like, originally the series was going to end after Alabasta. And when it got to be as popular as it did, he was told by Shonen Jump to keep it going. You know this, of course, but like...
Yeah.
Everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Indeed. And also AJ says that he is committed to watching One Piece. Yeah, we're definitely talking about like the overall narrative of the main protagonist. There will be some spoilers if we're going to discuss that. Just saying, AJ. I'm just letting you know. I hope you don't care about spoilers, but pretty much like the way that the discussion has gone with One Piece, there's 20 years worth of spoilers almost. No, there's over 20 years of spoilers.
Yes, 25.
25. But it's cool. I've been spoiled. Okay, cool. But we have a video that we were watching.
Yeah, let's get back to that.
Let's jump back in.
Throwing himself into defenders and flopping, although he is one hell of a basketball player. And I gotta watch Solo Leveling win Anime of the Year is because it's cool. At least shit like JJK and Demon Slayer, assuming that they won Anime of the Year when it happened, had compelling stories, fun characters. Solo Leveling had... You tell me. You tell me. I don't like it.
Okay. So... while I agree with the overall premise, I would not say that Jujutsu Kaisen had an interesting story. Also, what the fuck is this? This is some... What's going on with the anatomy here? It looks a little weird. But,
Yeah. Well, I think it's just an unfortunate, what is it? You're partially correct, but it's also an unfortunate freeze frame.
Oh, absolutely.
Pause. Yeah.
Hey, BMO, got your thermal gel taken care of? No, because I could not go to the place that had it when it was, you know, about to open and all that. So pretty much there will be a point in the stream where I will take an hour break, and that's when I will go grab the thermal paste and everything. We're not going to be playing any intensive games today, so I shouldn't have any problems with overheating.
You're going to put on a video and share stream it?
I kind of hate Luffy and feel the show suffers from plot armor heavy. You know?
Yeah. I wouldn't...
Plot armor heavy.
Not entirely wrong. Not entirely wrong.
You hate Luffy, though. Man, I definitely don't hate Luffy. I'm trying to think,
neither.
why do you hate Luffy? Is it specifically because of his plot armor? Because a lot of the time...
Could be a personality clash, too. He's very, he's very strongly written. Yeah.
He's abrasive. He's abrasive. What the hell?
What?
Well, OBS disconnected for a moment. Are we back? Can you see me stream?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm just going to make sure. I can hear you, that's for sure. But I just want to make sure. His powers suck and he's got bug eyes. Oh my gosh. Yes, they can still hear us. Okay, cool. I'm just bringing up the heat readings on my PC just so I make sure that it's okay. Have you guys already played some Jackbox? No, we have not. We'll be doing that later. Okay. Just want to make sure you're streaming. Okay, that's all good. Okay, we're going to continue with the video. Darling says, I hate Luffy because he raids innocent merchant ships and keeps the crew as a hostage. Yeah? He's a pirate. He's a pirate.
He is a pirate.
He is the character that literally says, fuck your morals, I do what I want. I'm just saying.
This is true.
he does whatever he likes.
Shit, I ain't gotta tell you what it has, because I don't think it has anything. I just can't believe that the part of Korea, whichever Korea has freedom and rights, is the one that's making this shit. You have freedom. You have creative. You don't have Kim Jong-un standing over you like, make story about me being great leader. You don't have that shit. And yet you make this out of free will? What's the point of it? Oh, and I just realized that Dandaran is... dude, it wasn't like it was even a close second. It beat out...
You've watched Dandadan, right?
Yeah.
What do you?
I'm not watching the second season yet, but it was great. I think that it has amazing animation. It has amazing music. The characters are
yeah,
not terribly complex, but they're not cutouts, right?
You're correct. I would argue that Dandadan has some of the best interpersonal relationships in manga today.
I would say that like the interpersonal relationships are much more interesting than the characters themselves.
All I know about Dandadan is that some dude gets his balls stolen. This is very true, Meatard. You should watch it. Tell you what, Meatard, this weekend I'm going to be probably watching anime in the Discord again. I was going to watch Dandadan. If you want to watch Dandadan, just show up.
That's funny. I was just like rewatching it. That's funny.
Dandadan's great. Put me on, I'll be serious. I don't believe you, Corona Kid, and this is not a panel show. I'm bringing on Roadkill here. Exactly. He got past all my security by me inviting him in.
Dandadan and Sosono Furin? I'm sure Dungeon Meshi even had a case.
Hold on. Currently for me, he doesn't take most things seriously. He's just tenacious and unwavering. Overall, the show is dope, but the crew is the appeal. The crew is the appeal of One Piece, to a large degree. Until you get to a certain point. And you're close. I'm pretty sure it's after... yeah, after the arc that you're on. Basically the ambitions of the world grow. You're about to get some world building and learn that it becomes more than just the crew that are important to pay attention to. Man, I love Thriller Bark as an arc. It's such a funny arc.
Above solo leveling. Like, what? Dandadan, a story with so much awesome personality, and also was just a dope fucking anime when it came out. Like, thank goodness the deal fell through with
God, I hope you're Indian.
Because I think they wanted me to go live or do a video about the nominees and talk about it and stuff. Thank goodness that didn't happen, because I would have been a tremendous brand risk. Remember, if you like this, you enjoy this, go ahead. You don't need me, random guy on the internet who happens to have this number next to his YouTube name. This fake ass fucking no, it's not that it's fake, but like in real life this number doesn't mean shit. But like,
I've seen too much inconsistency from villain to villain for Luffy. I don't know what you mean by that. But also I just want to comment on this. No matter the number that my subscribers have, I'm gonna have stupid takes, guys. Please don't take me that seriously. I had someone in the Discord actually fucking tell me that I have a large platform and that I need to take better responsibility for the things that I say are facts.
Interesting.
Because I have a platform. I don't subscribe to that notion that you need to be more responsible with what you say just because you have an audience. Maybe just don't take what I say at face value.
I think that, what is it? It's entirely possible to get things wrong, and that we should put more emphasis on the audience than we do the speaker sometimes.
Absolutely, I agree. AJ, I love seeing AJ talk about this because he's like, he just fought a quote lightning god and then won, but was getting beat by foxy pirates and his slow beam. So long ring, long land is the closest thing to a bad arc that One Piece has ever had. And I mean ever. That is one of those that because of the anime, people hate Foxy a lot more because he shows up more for some reason. All these filler arcs, you should probably just research what the filler arcs are for One Piece's anime and just skip them. Because they're all dog shit and involve Foxy a lot of the time. I'd just skip them, AJ. It's gonna happen in the middle of arcs even, where they'll switch to a new arc. It's bad. Just skip all the filler. Anything to say before I press
No.
All right.
It's good. It's good.
You don't need me to validate your hobbies and your joys and what you care to watch for. Fucking watch it all you want.
No, you need me
How
to
the fuck was
validate
this even
your likes and
Was this
dislikes.
decided by like popular vote or by a committee? Because if it's a committee, I'm not saying that, you know, we should bring back the electric chair. But if it was popular
Goddamn.
vote, I think that is a great example as to why democracy might be an awful form of government, because shit like this happens under democracy. This shit is 9
throw
minutes
some
and
shit.
40 dude.
Just throw some politics in there, why not?
Made me, yeah, I'm a hater. I'm just a hater. But again, what the fuck? Like all this great animation on something like this when it could be used for something far more beneficial to society. Like Sexercise, which, by the way, if there's ever a live action for that, I will be more than happy to play the guy who's in the police outfit. That those who know, those who know. It is just insane.
You ever heard of Sexercise?
What? No.
Have you ever heard of Sexercise?
No. I'm glad.
Oh.
This makes me happy that I don't know what you're talking about.
Honestly, filler ruined me on anime. Bleach and Naruto ruined me. Yeah, Bleach and Naruto, especially, like they had very popular anime, an incredibly popular manga, and the thing is that when the anime adapts too many chapters at a time, it gets too close to the actual manga's production schedule, so they either have to delay it or create fake shit. That's what these filler arcs are, and they're really bad a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But Super Earth.
No.
Why hate democracy when Super Earth?
Well, what is it? The best way I've seen filler arc be done, is where it's like an alternate timeline or what if type scenario where they're not trying to integrate it into the story. The Bount arc in Bleach, right? Tried to be canon. And I feel like that is the worst way to handle it. Well,
yeah.
They depowered Ichigo just for him to reach the same point he was at by the end of the Bount arc because they were trying to not affect the rest of the series. And all kinds of other issues. But not having them and just letting the show take a break maybe is the best.
I mean, that's kind of what that's kind of what's been going on with anime in general now.
Yeah.
The way that the production schedules are done. Unless you're Toei and then you decide to fucking adapt one chapter at a time per episode, so the pacing is awful. Little Miss Anonymous, welcome. Welcome to our early stream. Alrighty. Let's just keep watching this. We're close to being done with this video.
And having read Solo Leveling and knowing how bad that story falls off of a fucking cliff, which you could see from a mile away, get talked about again. It's just like, man, we went through this
Avatar did it well with their
debacle
Bikini Beach scene.
years
That wasn't
ago.
filler.
And people like to use the word slop a lot, and I don't know if that's been a thing for years, and I just haven't paid attention, but it feels like it's been something people have been saying a lot as of recently, which, again, maybe I just hate it when people use, like, terms that get trendy on TikTok or whatever the fuck, because it's like, oh, this is just, I don't know, somebody called, like, one of the Souls games, like, Roll Slop, and I knew they were rage baiting, but
Roll Slop. Roll Slop. Let's go. But I just want to say, so back with what AJ said, Avatar did it well with their Bikini Beach scene in the Fire Nation. So the really cool thing about Avatar is that it was an ongoing series that never had a comic, never had any other media, so nothing inside of it is filler. Everything is made as intended. The only time where you get something called filler, Bio-T-Wolf, nice to see ya. The only time where you run into filler is when you run into a story that is being adapted to a different medium. And then when it catches up to an ongoing story, then you have to make up a new stuff. You understand this, but you know, I've been streaming too much Roadkill, so it's I feel the need to fucking explain everything. Okay, we're gonna keep going with this. Even the infamous Great Canyon episode everyone hates. Yes, that was intended. Yes, even though it wasn't a good episode, and it was acknowledged by the creators that was the worst episode of the series. But yeah, not filler, but it handled a filler trope well. Absolutely. Let's keep this video going. It's almost
that's
over.
the type of rage bait where you acknowledge it's rage bait, and then you still pop off on them and throw personal insults because they deserve it. I feel like some rage bait, you deserve to get strangled sometimes for the shit that you say, and that was one of them. But yeah, this shit, I'm not gonna call it slop because I'm not gay, but like, the fuck, like, anime of the year. Anime of the year. Man, but why am I surprised? It's the anime community. We still have people defending lollies in 2025, you fucking...
Hey.
That's a fun conversation to have.
Yeah.
But if you ever want to have a conversation about that, I want to try and get someone that's a little better at the argument on as well, both for and against. I think it'll be a fun debate.
I suppose.
I'm all for somewhat lighthearted debates, though.
Yeah.
Oh God, not the lollies. I'm just gonna say, I think the strongest argument for like the quote pro lolly crowd, because first of all, I'm gonna say that there's a big difference between pedophiles and lolly lovers. There's this weird like thing. Drawings are not real.
Yeah.
Drawings are not real. Like let's not treat them like real people. Drawings are not real. But also, if we want to try and bring it to real life, go look at an average, like, bring me in for furry rep. Oh, man. We'll get there, AJ. I'd love to have you on sometime. You let me know. You fucking let me know. Or actually, better yet, just fucking join my Discord. But if you go look at the average Japanese adult woman, they do not look like the average American woman. A lot of the time, they look even 10 to 12 years younger than the average American woman. So if we're looking at it from that non-Western lens, they look fine.
Yeah.
It's the tropes that bother me. The trope of they are a little character, they are a small character in a diminutive stance. Like, they definitely, like, look like it. But then they start acting like a child and wear children's clothing. That's where it kind of gets me. It's like, okay, I can understand the trope that they're going for, the weird cutesy brat. They aren't real, but they're depictions of obviously underage humans that adult men are being attracted to. So, yes and no. There is an argument there. I don't think it's as strong as you think it is. But I think the strongest argument is that they are depictions of non-Western adult women a lot of the time. But
Yeah.
there are definitely some series where they're like, no, this is straight up a child. Let's go. It's just weird. But yeah, that's going to be a fun thing to have the chat chew on for a little while. Yep, Japanese people just have unnaturally good genes when it comes to aging, though some are definitely some other countries have this. Absolutely. I just go look at the average British person. Like fucking 30 years older than the average American. Anyways, we're almost finished with this video.
Weird fucks. I'm not even gonna get into that because I don't want a bunch of Genshin Impact PFPs jumping my fucking ass at 5 in the morning. But, well, what is this shit? What are we doing?
Oh, well, that's really it. There we go. So subscribe to The Masked Man. Excellent content. Is there anything that you would like to watch, Roadkill? Anything in
On
particular?
anime?
It could be on anime or some other subject. I'm sure that philosophy would make us lose like most of our viewers.
No. I won't.
How
punish
Locke
you.
is misinterpreted
won't.
by
Oh my
Saga of the
god!
Cod never does Locke right.
It just kills me how like people are blaming what's happening in Britain on liberalism. It's just it kills me every time. Like they just have no concept of what they're talking about. Now, colloquially, like, oh, my enemies that I dislike are the ones that are doing the bad thing. It's like, I guess,
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
but I mean,
Wait a
but
second.
the
I
words
gotta
that you're
address the
using are
chat
not
here.
accurate.
Corona Kid says Lolicon definitely pedo adjacent. What the hell is pedo adjacent? What is pedo adjacent? You're sitting next to a pedophile in the train. Like,
It's
what the
like-
fuck is that? But
So yeah.
I'm not making an
No.
argument for pedophiles, guys. don't fucking say that.
It's like there aren't okay. So Anodyne, my point is that in Britain there are basically no liberals anymore. They're leftists and people on the right wing and stuff. Nobody's fighting for liberal value.
Hey, Hunty.
So I don't see the point in calling them liberals.
I don't have an argument for that. I don't really have anything to add to that, honestly.
Yeah.
And no, I'm not a fan of lollies either, guys. I just understand the argument. That's why I think it's a fun thing to discuss. This is why it's like you gotta not tie emotions into it so much, because someone that likes lolly characters is not a pedophile, and trying to call them that just ruins the entire thing for everyone, because there's a lot of claims that you could throw at people for what they like. We could bring up furries. Oh, why do you want to fuck animals? Weird stuff like that. Like, it's you run into a bad slippery slope. But AJ says Lamau same as furry adjacent. The appeal isn't strong enough to act, but you can understand the appeal. I can understand the appeal of cars too, but I don't like cars. I am not sexually attracted to cars. Unless it's that one car from Cars 2. Anyways. That was a
What?
dumb joke. I was making
Yeah.
a really dumb joke. So, I know that the Masked Man has some other things going on. Let's see here. Go ahead.
No, have you watched here, wait. Let me just
Yes.
let me get him pull it up, I'll send it to you.
Okay. Let me just real quick go in here. That pink cars in Transformers G1. Indeed. Remember that YIFMO is a very real thing. I'm going to pluck out your eyes, darling. My stance, go after the real issues, the grooming gangs in the UK, real shit, go after it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed. Yeah, agreed. Agreed.
Completely agreed. A
There's
car,
a
yeah, that's
left-
wild.
And to be clear, not to harp on it, but to be clear, not going after them is a leftist thing because you're focusing on their identities and how it's marginalized, and all of that stuff is
You don't want to buffoon to them.
behavior. Yeah, and systemic. They're systemically, oppressed and all. What is it? Colonialism and all this other stuff. I mean, those are all leftist values. Those are not liberal values.
Yeah, there's a bunch of dumb
It's
excuses
my point is
for
that
this type of behavior.
nobody in Britain is fighting for liberal values, not on the left or the right. So why call any of them liberals?
Because it doesn't mean what you say it is anymore.
I guess.
Car, yeah, that's wild, but if that motherfucker transforms, you have my attention. AJ gets that neuron reaction.
Anyway,
So, did you send me...
What do you think
Yes, you did. Oh, we're gonna watch Rev?
Yeah. Well, it's a
we
good...
want to talk about this? We talked about
You-
this
you can-
yesterday.
We
Let's
could...
see here.
I mean, we don't have to. I was just...
I'm completely fine
It's
with
on my
talking about
mind,
it.
and it's on my mind, and it's YouTube, and we're on YouTube, and...
So, I had a fun conversation last night about it. I think that this can lend to some fun conversation. Though, I am not a big fan of Rev generally.
That's fine.
He reminds me too much of Hirohei.
Oh,
But
you don't like
also-
Hirohei either?
I
Why
really
not?
don't like Hirohei. I think
Why?
Hirohei
Specifically.
does the same thing that I don't like about like these weird leftist YouTube channels where they'll just surround themselves in quotes and never actually state their opinion.
Oh,
Like,
I don't get that. No, I don't get that
so
from...
Hirohei is the
from
guy that will
Hirohei.
just use Twitter quotes. Like he will state his opinion.
Maybe he used to be
but
that way. Maybe he used to be that way. He's much more outspoken about his opinion nowadays.
I watched a video from him yesterday, and
Really? You still
it
think
had
it's
the same
accurate?
thing. I think it's still an accurate summation of what he does because he will. Yes, he'll say his opinion, but he will cherry pick like Twitter posts with like very little to no interaction and say that this is representative of what I'm against here, as if it's a big deal. It's like making a
Okay.
mountain out of a molehill.
Sure. To be fair, that is
Trying to zoom in on the
behavior I would. Yeah.
All right, let's see. Artard values. I'll gladly get on the lolly and other stuff conversations. BMO. All right, Vegeta, I got you locked in then. All right. Let's see. Chat's still talking about lolicons. Yes, lollies are not real. But we're gonna move on to YouTube censorship. With this new thing that's gonna happen. Let me just throw this on here. I also learned that his wife is some what is it, Syllabel or whatever her name is.
No.
She's like the
Straub.
hardcore Strawbell. Is that what it is?
I don't know. It's something.
But pretty
something
much.
Straub.
Long
Something
story
Straub.
short, she's like a super popular like Christian VTuber.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, yeah, I have heard that she reads the Bible with
Bible
their
stories
chat
and stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that that's really interesting because it's like seeing the difference between Rev here and then going back and watching that is like, oh, that's an interesting marriage you got there. All right, so
Makeshift
we're-
canceled like their relationship with her. Like they
Really?
won't like make dolls for her because of her relationship with her husband. Well, because of Rev.
really,
Yeah.
that's hilarious because like Rev is such a non-issue to me. Like he states
I mean-
opinions like anyone, but like it's more of the making a mountain out of a molehill that I dislike. And I feel like
Yeah, sure.
if I were to
That's
have a
fair.
gradient between Hirohei being my biggest problem with that, Rev is like halfway there. Only halfway. Rev Desu is a retard, but he's gonna cover a subject that I don't think is retarded. Anime girl talking about the Bible? Hell yeah. The hell yeah is hilarious there. That is really funny to me. Just wait, guys. Eventually, I'm gonna come out as a Christian VTuber. I already am a Christian. Might as well. I don't
There
think
you
I'm a
go.
very good
You're a
representative.
PNG tuber right now, right?
Yes, but I am working on a VTubing rig.
There you go.
Look up The Last Stand Gargura Sabaton. No, I can't. I already know The Last Stand. I know Gargura. Yeah, you should replace that with fuck yeah. Indeed. Indeed, AJ.
Here. So today's topic is a good extension of what we discussed in yesterday's video. For a lot of you guys, especially if you live in certain parts of the world, things
Oh.
might be feeling
Am I sharing this to you? Oh, it is. Okay.
I can hear
extra
it.
dystopian lately. There's been a lot of changes with censorship and new bills being passed that require age verification and government IDs in order to access certain websites and services. And
How do you feel about that? How do you feel
About-
about age verification? Larry, hello, Larry. I'm back, you talkie muncher. I wish I had some talkies right now.
I think age verification for some things makes sense, but I think what is it? Okay, so a 18.
What's up, Dudicus?
Let's take what is it? Taking your kid to the movie, right?
Yeah.
The movie theater, right? If the parent is bringing the kid to like, you know, it's supposed to be like parental guidance, right? Oh no, let me rephrase
Yeah.
that. Not to the theater, but in their house, right? So if they buy a movie, if the parent buys a movie and lets their kid watch it at home, that is fine. I mean, I may disagree with their personal decision, but it's their decision to make. If the parents are not, like, I've taken away my kids' phones before.
Of course.
Happened, right? If the parents are not parenting enough, that's on them. That shouldn't be on the entire internet.
I agree. The onus should be on the parents. And when I said this last time, I was told by parents that are close friends of mine, you know it's not that easy. But that's not really an excuse, is it?
You know, what they want is something that's easy. That's the thing.
I think we all want
to be
something
able to
that's
leave their
easier.
kids. They want to leave their kids on the computer or have their phone and not have to be vigilant. And I get it. But I mean, you're the one with the kid, you gotta be responsible.
You should make a buff BMO design. Already on it, fam. Already on it. It just needs to be finished.
You should
I've done a
also
couple.
you should also make a femboy BMO design.
I would rather die. I'll jump off a bridge before that happens. But there is a boobmo design as well that I have a little sketch of. Okay, so let's keep watching this so we can get a little more context.
Fortunately, it looks like YouTube is trying to get ahead of this, and they have introduced their own AI-powered system that is going to determine in the United States whether or not you are an adult user or not. And whether or not
Femboys,
you
purge
pass
the
that,
unclean.
it'll determine if you have to give over your
Blood for the
credit
blood
card or
god.
your government ID to access certain privileges on the website. This
Okay, so how accurate do you think that this AI is going to be? That's a man?
Yeah.
Someone's never seen Rev. Yes, that's a man. That's very much a man. Yeah,
married
I'm
man.
not thinking that well, there's going to be a ton of false positives until the AI gets tuned in more specifically. But the thing is that the only way, now keep in mind, YouTube is a private company, so they're not a government, they're not like a government organization. But there is an issue when in order to prove that you are not a child, you have to verify with things that can dox you. Google has had breaches. Google had a breach this year.
Yeah.
So why would I trust that information with Google?
Exactly. And there are basically no repercussions for these data breaches. Basically none.
Yeah. Because you already sign basically you don't sign a contract, but the terms of service, you can't really sue them if there's a problem with that.
Even if there is a problem, you would have to sue them. And even if you did a class action lawsuit, I mean, what are the damages that you're suing for exactly? I mean,
I just have the privacy concerns that everything else is gonna eke itself out anyway.
It's gonna, exactly. There's basically nothing you can do, and anything you would be legally empowered to do would be hard fought, and you wouldn't really get anything from it. Now, it wouldn't be worth your time. It'd be a hollow victory, even if you did get it.
According to this video, YouTube is 20 years old. God, I feel old.
Yeah, I
really
remember
old now.
signing up for YouTube before Google owned it.
Yep, I remember YouTube before that, where everything was just based off of clicks. That was really fun. All these fun things that were on the front page, because so many people were clicking on them. You know, it's great.
This is a pretty concerning thing, and YouTube's been passing a lot of pretty radical policies recently, some good, some bad. In fact, yesterday they had a good one where they introduced a new change to a long-standing policy where they used to automatically...
Yes, this is awesome. It allowed me to say cunt at the very beginning of my stream.
demonetize you if you cursed in the first 7 seconds of a video. It was that's just the way it was. Automatic demonetization. They got rid of that. Now, for the YouTubers watching this, I want you to take a second and carefully read this section. This does not mean you can endlessly curse throughout the video. It just means you won't be automatically demonetized if you curse in the first 7 seconds.
Well, I'm not
if you curse in the
monetized
first
anyway,
7 seconds or throughout the video, you still might get demonetized.
But
So
if
it's
you
not like
guys
have
want to
carte blanche
give me
say
some
whatever you
money,
want. But at least they got rid of the automatic
I do
demonetization.
have
Now,
a
there's another
donation
change that's pretty radical in my eyes that I've talked about in
donation-
previous
there it
videos.
goes.
I'm going to talk about today, and I'm going to talk about in the future because it's pretty impactful. They have changed how views are counted on the system. So
Yes.
you have to
Yeah,
be
what do you
what's
think
called an
about this?
engaged viewer.
Us.
Someone who
So, the way that this works is that it doesn't really affect streams that much, because everyone that is watching in your audience is counted as an engaged viewer in the analytics.
Even lurkers?
Yes, even lurkers. But
Oh,
when
okay.
you go offline, your views, I've seen my views go down quite a bit after the streams because because my channel's growing. Actually, it's growing relatively well. And I've seen an increase, like before they made this change, I saw an increase of like, okay, all of my streams after the fact, like after they're done, would easily see another 50 views. That is now down to about 25 to 24 views. Because it's for people that stay there the longest that are counted as active viewers.
Sure.
As regular or engaged viewers. It used to be if they even like previewed, if they hovered over your stream, that counted as a view.
See, I'm against that. It's
It's
way
how
too easy
shorts
to
would get so many
abuse.
views.
Yeah,
And
I'm
yes, I
against
agree with that.
that kind of thing.
who likes,
Well, I think that-
subscribes.
Yeah.
I think that if they included watching 60% of the video as an engage, that would be okay with me. You know, you have to like or comment or subscribe or watch 60% of the video. That's fine, because
In which
people who
you guys should
people who,
like, comment, and subscribe, by the way.
yeah.
Stream. Come on. There's a serious problem with not enough likes on this stream. So
Get
do
those
it.
numbers up.
Throughout fat BMOs and normal BMOs, he alone is BMO. Indeed. And honestly, when I have a quote fat BMO, you know what he's going to be called? Be more, or be mass.
There you go. Ooh.
Hunty hit like. Hunty's a good example. Can't do it more than once. Mystics Vegeta did it. Where's everyone else, huh? Anyways.
Or comments on a video. That's what makes you an engaged viewer, and it makes your view actually count. If you're someone who just watches even the entirety of the video without doing those things, your view might not count. And becoming an engaged
That's
viewer
not what the
helps
terms of the thing said about it.
increase how this video in
Skinny
particular is
BMO be
treated in the
less
algorithm.
or bless.
And I recommend you doing
Absolutely.
this for my videos and also all the other content creators you enjoy, because I can speak from my own experience. This sort of thing does help the video in the algorithm. It does make a difference, and that's just
That's
the
good.
reality of the system.
Your likes and
I think-
comments do matter.
I think, yeah. And I think this is actually a good thing, because I think that so many people, what is that, get, again, let me rephrase that. With the caveat of watching a video 60% or more being included. I think this sort of thing is good, though, in general, because people who click on and click off right away, being counted as the same as somebody who sat there, watched it, engaged with it, those two quote-unquote views being equal, I think is wrong. I think that it doesn't tell anybody really much of anything when you have like an hour-long video and somebody watched, 5 seconds of it versus somebody who watched a half hour of it or the whole thing.
I mean, when people watch the
or-
whole thing, it tells me that they want more of that content to me.
Exactly. But
I do look at the analytics for my channel, guys. I am a little
Yeah.
nerdy about that.
yeah, no, it's good. It's good to be a little nerdy. But as far as a consumer, right? Because maybe you're looking up something, right? And you're like, oh, this has a lot of views. As you used to be able to do that with the thumbs up, thumbs down,
Yep.
which was good. But now you kind of have to just go based off of views, popularity, and stuff. And I feel like hopefully this will filter out a lot of trash that is like a lot of clickbait that nobody watches.
What the fuck, Larry? Larry likes toes.
Yeah.
Anyways,
So hopefully this will filter out clickbait, garbage content that nobody's really watching.
you think you have a fetish, Larry? Well, keep that fetish to yourself. I don't want to hear about toes. There already is a problem with when you join my Discord, there's people that post a picture of this character that I am right now, but with like more realistic feet.
Oh.
Have you not
Why'd
seen
you do that?
Tosmo? You've not seen Tosmo?
No. But
Oh lordy.
that's unfortunate, and I feel I'm good. My mind is clean.
You'll see it eventually. If you just like every once in a while look in the Discord, you'll see it. It's just the same character, but the feet are way too detailed. It's highly cursed. Agreed. I know why. It's a very specific group that likes to do that to me. Because, half of my viewership is just shit posters. I think it's because most of them are Australian. I can put black paint on you and you'd pass for a soccer ball. Now that's an art idea. I like that, but we are watching a video, weren't we?
We are in right now. But here is the major change we're talking about in today's video. So as you can see, YouTube is rolling out AI in the United States to detect if users are actually under 18. It ignores the stated age and applies restrictions to users they suspect are not 18. Yeah, that's great.
So we don't really have anything else to go over up on that specifically. He's going to get into details. So, but like we've already basically given our opinion on that. It's going above and beyond, and it's going to probably have issues.
Yeah. An AI-powered system that's going to determine whether or not you're going to be punished on this platform, even as a casual viewer. That is going to be a gigantic mess. And I think it's very clear this is trying to get ahead of what's going on in the world, especially in the United Kingdom, given their online safety bill that is now in effect. This is essentially an age verification system that is causing a lot of issues because the scope of what it was introduced as has gone way beyond what was initially presented, and it's starting to affect pretty much
way beyond. No, I wouldn't say so, because the UK specifically has tried to ban all porn before. Do you remember that? Like, not restrict, ban.
Yeah, ban. Yeah. No, I think sort of. Yeah.
This was around 2014 or 15. This was
I remember. I wasn't clued into UK politics at that time, but it crossed my
how could you?
Whatever.
How could you?
Yeah.
How could you not stay on top of like international stuff? What the heck? But jokes aside, this very much is being played along the realms of this is for the protection of children. And if you ask me, sure, it might keep it out of the hands of some children. Some. Emphasis on some.
Yeah.
Because I feel two ways about it. Because on one end, I do think that kids and adults should be watching less porn. But I don't think that we need the government to fucking top down, like, mandate that at all.
Well,
I think that should be up to the person.
We have roles, and we shouldn't be stepping on each other's toes. Like, the parents should be doing their jobs, and the government shouldn't step in and do the parents' jobs.
Agreed. But there's a bit of an issue with that because, you know, a lot of parents don't have the time or resources to parent their kids.
I hear what you're saying. That's not really an issue. That's more like a symptom of another issue. It's like, what is it like? Let me think here.
While you're thinking, I'll use my cousins as an example. Okay, go ahead.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say.
Go ahead.
Like, I think that if we were having a problem with defamation, right?
Yeah.
We shouldn't just get rid of completely free speech in order to solve it. You know?
Yeah. It's throwing the baby out with the bathwater, to use the age-old terms. Yeah, kids or addicts shouldn't watch that stuff at all, but removing it entirely is overreactive. So there's a problem of removing it entirely because it's basically the government saying you are not allowed to express in this way. It's going to become a constitutional issue if this comes to the U.S. in a large way.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Government is never the answer. I don't know. I think government is necessary.
It's rarely the answer.
But
the answer.
Yeah, it needs to be separated from the federal. Because I mean, local, in terms of local, in my local area, I know that you can't use Pornhub without a VPN because I'm too close to Idaho. Like, it's a thing. It pings me as being in Idaho, therefore you can't use the site. I don't really use the site anyway, because I try not to watch porn. But when the occasion arises, it's one of those things of, I'm not giving them my ID. Guess I don't need to watch porn today. If I were weak, I'd just go someplace else.
If what is it?
My mom didn't raise a quitter.
The worry I have is more about like the Trojan horse. This is going to give the government the ability to spy on people and like monitor and moderate people's online activity.
Well, yes, the exact language in the bill itself says basically what may be deemed as inappropriate. That's the exact language. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah. Yeah. No, exactly. It's like, what is it? Being vague and, you know, think of the children is going to be used to take away like everyone's rights eventually.
Yes. Yes, but I don't think the internet needs to be sanitized. In fact, it doesn't work to sanitize the internet. Because people are going to always find a way. It's like going into a group chat that is like a lot of slurs being thrown around and saying you can't use those slurs. Guess what's going to happen? They're going to use the slur except for it's going to be missing one letter. And then 2 letters. Or they're going to say it in a different language. You will not stop people from saying them. It's going to keep going.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's 876 days over 15 nights. Relapse. That's a great joke on Kingdom Hearts right there, Andine. I appreciate you. UK is already using it to do it. Even have a police force for it now. Yeah, but they also had a police force for mean tweets. So my confidence in them to being able to actually govern themselves properly is very low. But we're gonna keep watching.
Much every platform and service out there, but we'll talk about this in depth a little more in just a second. But this is the sort of rundown of how this new system on YouTube is going to work. They're saying we will use AI to interpret a variety of signals that help us determine whether a user is over or under 18. These signals include the types of videos a user is searching for, the categories of videos that they...
I guess any dude that likes watching Mr. Beast is going to be considered a kid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or actually Charlie brought up like Moist Critical. He brought up like the entire Pokemon fandom. Like it's full of mostly 30 plus year olds due to the tournaments and the community itself. But I guess that's not going to matter because it's a kids game. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
It'll need tuning, that's for sure.
Well, I don't know.
Anything My Little Pony?
I think that
Vegeta, what is this, like 2015, 16?
Well, no, that's the thing too. What we have no idea how it's going to be implemented, because what if like you just like occasionally and repeatedly engage in nostalgia, where you're looking up old cartoon content, right? And then it's like, oh, this person's looking up cartoon content, children's content. It's like, but it's from your childhood, right? Is it going to determine that you are a child because you're looking up quote unquote kids content?
I guess we'll find out.
Yeah.
Like, we will find out, that's for sure.
They have watched, or the longevity of the account. Notice there's an or, so it could be any of those 3 things that could be used by the AI to determine whether or not you're an adult user or not. And as you can see, if you are determined as someone who's underage, not 18, they will disable certain things on your account, including disabling personalized advertising, turning off digital well-being tools, or turning on digital well-being tools, adding safeguards for recommendations, including limiting repetitive views of some kinds of content. If the system incorrectly estimates a user to be under
Or me at 20 plus listening to Disney music and cartoon intros because I like them. Are you over the age of 18? Fuck off.
Yeah.
You know, you've listened to Let It Go a few too many times. So we either have the choice to determine that you were a child or you have bad taste.
And the worst thing is that it could be a kind of Trojan horse. Now, I'm being paranoid here. This is, you know, paranoia.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
But they could just be like, oh, this person hasn't. They could just be looking and hunting. Use the algorithm to hunt down people that they want to know the age of, right? Not that like they are really concerned, but they want the idea. They want They want the ID of this one person. So they make this one user a classified as a non-adult. Oh, now you have to give us personal information.
That's what I don't like about it, that you must verify. It's basically guilt until proven otherwise.
Yeah.
But Vegeta, you said use it to get your info and then sell it. In YouTube's case, YouTube, I can almost guarantee, already has all the info it ever needs to be able to determine your age.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about Google here, all right? Google knows when you go to the bathroom. Like, Google is insane with their fucking data that they have on you. And yes, they sell that. They make money off of you. And you can't stop it. I have a fucking Google phone. I can't even, like, complain. I'm 3 years old type shit. Don't make me time you out, Corona.
under 18, they will have the option to verify that they are over 18 with a credit card or a government ID. This is exactly what's going on.
Why do you
in
need
the
my
UK.
card on file?
If this AI determines through these three very vague requirements that you are not an 18 plus user, you're gonna have to hand over your credit card or government ID. Doesn't that feel a bit invasive? This is very open-ended, and again, it's powered by AI. I don't trust this whatsoever. I don't think anyone trusts this whatsoever. This could so easily be abused to require people to send over their credit card or government ID, and I'm not...
Sure. But on the other side of that, there is the group of people saying it's not a big deal. It's something small.
Yeah.
We're just making sure that children are ruled out here. But how many things have been done in the name of protecting children? Prohibition was done in the name of protecting children. And that worked so well. The war on drugs, you know, that very successful campaign was done in the name of children. Didn't work. So this is so toxic gossip train core. I don't even know what those words mean, metard. I really don't know what that means. As if using that info online is such a good idea. Yeah, you really shouldn't. You shouldn't trust any of these companies with this data. Truly. Like, hell, I work at a bank, and I try not to give them any sensitive information. Because you never know who's going to get, like, breached. The less information that you have on the net, the less likely you are to lose, like, something very important and have to change things. Oh my god, you don't know the ukulele YouTube apology? Oh, wait a second, that's toxic gossip? Is that what you're talking about? I do know what you're talking about regarding the ukulele YouTube apology. That does ring a bell in my mind. You see, what's going to happen, though, is that, okay, this is happening. Spotify is also doing age verification now.
Yeah.
Because of course, because if one of them, they're basically just seeing, okay, the UK has started to do this. Payment processors are already getting pressured through one way or another. I'm not sure that Collective Shout is as big of a deal as people are making it.
No,
Or they're giving it
a
more
lot of-
power than it should. I don't think that Collective Shout was the reason that all this happened.
No, they were just looking for an excuse, and this was it. But on that note, I actually do think there could be a. I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know 100%, but it seems to me that a case could be made for tortious interference, where it's a civil claim about interfering with a contract that you're or contractor, that you're not involved in, and the business relationship between Steam and game makers via the payment processors. I think that there's a strong case to be made that Collective Shout, at the very least, maybe even Visa, the payment processors themselves, engaged in tortious interference.
I mean, maybe, but I think that we really don't know if Collective Shout actually had the effect that we're claiming.
Yeah.
In that. That would need to be proven. So far, it looks like it's like Collective Shout is doing what ISIS did with every major problem that happened in the US, where they would just claim that, hey, this was us, we did this. Because they're claiming that they sent a bunch of emails to pressure these payment processors. It may have, but ultimately it could be, and this is more likely in my opinion, that all of these, like, I'll use Steam for an example, but this affected like itch.io as well. There was an issue where these payment processors realized that the contract that they have, these contract agreements, which we will never see, by the way, so we'll never get this confirmed, due to legal loopholes or whatever, but this is something that you'll never see. These contracts probably never covered like adult content on these platforms, and there weren't any parameters for that. So then you run into the risk of, okay, just saying, are you 13 years or older is not good enough to do this. So I feel like that's more likely for why there was such a reaction when this started happening. Like, the payment processors are like, hey, let's look into this. And all these companies that are working underneath these payment processors are like, okay, we have to come to the table with a different contract then. We have to pull all of this right now, because they might actually be in violation. Now, there's another issue there that is separate from that. I don't think these payment processors are being moral arbiters. I don't think so. I think
Why?
Like,
what do you mean?
so why would the payment processors have a problem with like NSFW games when you can already, like, let's say, put your Visa card on file to pay for OnlyFans? And that's not a problem.
They tried to take OnlyFans down.
No, they didn't. What are you talking about?
You don't remember that?
That
It was like
they tried to shut it down?
2020, 2021. They tried to.
Well, that wasn't a payment processor's issue. That was another activist group that was trying to take them down.
No, it was the payment processors.
I'm not sure
remember?
I agree with you to that. I
No,
don't
it was
remember that.
specifically OnlyFans put out on that our payment processors are saying that we need to reform the kind of content we have on our platform.
And then they didn't change anything?
They got them to go back on it.
So that still shows like there's a moral hypocrisy there if they're trying to make a moral judgment.
I agree. My point is that they are weak to power, and I think it was money that.
Because right now, like, Visa, MasterCard, and all these other payment processors are claiming that they don't even know what things are going through their systems, which is bullshit.
That is a red herring. It's a red herring.
Yes, it is.
Such a red herring. No, because it's true, they don't know they don't know when the transactions go through what the transactions are. They just know where it's coming from. However, they have been told there are problems if let's just say a store, right? This one store has a bunch of problems. Well, they go to that store and say, you can't sell these things. Not that they know each transaction, but they go to the store and tell them these are too risky.
Okay, so I can actually corroborate this a little bit because I work in banking, I work in finance, and when it comes to payments being processed, well, via things, it all goes through Patriot Act procedure, which means it gets to be put through the OFAC system, which this is all public knowledge. This is why I can talk about this. It goes through the OFAC system, which basically checks if this matches up with other groups that are funding terrorism. And this has been a thing that has been used to block way more than funding terrorism overseas. The OFAC system has been abused in a very fun way. I can't really get into details on that, but it's not a perfect system. And that goes above the payment processors. The payment processors, a lot of the time, just have to follow legal procedure. So, just like any fraud department, if they think that there's an issue, it's not a moral judgment.
Right. But they're blocking... What is it? They're saying that these games are a risk.
It is a risk because there might be no parameters in the contract agreement that they have signed between those platforms.
Right. So maybe it's a lot more complicated than, or what is it? It's a lot more clinical and indirect, the problem. But I'm highly suspect because it's happened multiple times before.
It has happened multiple times before. Well, when you're talking about, like, let's say Patreon was the first one I noticed that this was a thing where it's like, hey, we cannot allow porn on this platform or anything not safe for work on this platform because this can get us, this can have us lose access to these payment processors. And when it comes to these payment processors, a lot of these international payment processors are the only game in town.
Yes.
So it becomes a bit of a monopoly issue, and breaking a monopoly is a lot more difficult than it seems. So I don't know. The content is legal, but could damage the brand's image. Yes, that's what damages would be in a lawsuit.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. If it is a, like, what is it? Essentially clerical error, because that's what you're saying with, like, the contracts are, invalid or too fuzzy or whatever you're precisely saying with the contract.
They might be old and might not be covering for strictly adult content on there.
Right. So if that was the issue, I feel like people would talk about it that way, especially Steam. Steam would say, oh, we made some clerical error. We're going to get this sorted out.
They could be under NDA, because if they talk about these agreements, there already are a lot of these legal agreements you're not allowed to talk about.
I hear what you're saying, but they are talking about it in a different way. The language would be different.
Well, the language that they use on Steam is they added a new rule saying anything that might affect our stance pretty much with payment processors or may be deemed inappropriate might get removed.
That's the thing. Maybe
It's vague on purpose.
Inappropriate via payment processors. I feel like they're already hinting at things. They could hint at the correct thing, assuming you're correct, but they're not. They're hinting at it being a moral issue or a content of the game issue, whereas you're saying maybe the contracts themselves are there's some kind of clerical error.
Well, the content of the game is the risk factor, because when you have let's say a specific agreement saying that you cannot, or let's say it doesn't cover parameters in your agreement, you are breaking the law by hosting it, because you're breaking a legal agreement, and you're going to have the long dick of the law fucking hit you with all of these different issues. So it very well could not be a moral issue still. It could still be a clerical issue, as you said. They just need to go to the table with a new contract.
I mean, I hope that's what it is. And
I'm hoping too.
Around.
I'm really hoping so. But obviously it became a political issue, which also is a moral issue at this point. It's gone beyond just contractual now, because I think a lot of people saw Collective Shout taking credit for this and saying, oh, this is the problem right here. They pretty much made Collective Shout more famous than they've ever been.
Yeah.
And boosted them into the limelight. So now all of these politicians that only look at social media and they say that this is representative of my constituency now see that and say, okay, cool. Let's ban porn. Let's ban these things.
Possible. Yeah.
I think it is possible. I just don't think that the contract agreement part is... I think that's more likely than the CEO at that payment processor said, well, that's disgusting. Let's get rid of that. I don't think that that's what's happening. I think it's definitely more clinical than that.
Well, I hope
if that
so.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
Fingers
I see
crossed.
I see how you could be correct, but it just doesn't feel that way because
I know. No, okay.
Yeah.
I know I'm correct. Let me just pull.
Yeah.
You don't watch Leon, but that's what Leon does a lot. I'm the streamer. I know I'm right. Anyways, we have a video that we were watching.
Not even getting into like content creators and how if you're a content creator and somehow your account gets flagged, what does that mean for you? Like, are you able to collect revenue? How is that going to work?
He said rev.
It's a giant mess waiting to happen, but they are gung-ho on this. And of course, like I said earlier,
the powers of
this is
conformity.
clearly trying to get ahead of a global trend right now. The UK is kind of the epicenter of all this with their new online safety bill and the age verification process.
Did you see the petition that was signed by like 300,000 people?
It's up to 400.
And the government already made a response saying, we hear you.
Yeah, we're not going to do anything
but
about
we're not changing this. Which is pretty crazy.
It's kind of absurd, yeah. Because they said, hey, all petitions over 100,000 will be debated. Not just considered, debated. And then they come back with, yeah, we're not doing anything about it.
Oh, you didn't know
There's
that, Meats?
like literally zero debate.
Yeah, that's the current meme that's going around the internet currently is the government, the UK government saying "lol no" to a massive petition. So they literally just lied. Yes, well, stop killing games is a somewhat separate issue, but the petitions are there for a reason. But the thing is this is the problem with UK, because the UK believes that they have free speech. This proves that they don't.
Oh yeah, they do not have free speech. It's very clear.
But they will say that they do. That's the thing. They have free speech as far as you're saying things that they approve of.
Yeah. the fact that you can say things that make other people feel uncomfortable, like that is the claim, right? Not damages other people's identity, or sorry, like not some kind of tangible threat or some kind of misinformation, as far as like not just misinformation in general, but specifically. Oh, I said it earlier, like with Johnny Depp. What is it called? Defamation. There's not kind of like any kind of defamation, damaging claim being made, right? You're making some kind of statement that makes other people uncomfortable, and then the police show up, and then sometimes they've been taken away, like that couple.
It's even worse in Germany.
Yeah.
Do you know about that?
I've heard
the
laws. I haven't heard any examples.
Let's go. This is a very short segment, so hold on. Okay, 60 minutes. Germany. Freedom of speech. This right here. This is an amazing video, okay? We need to actually, this is worthwhile.
Okay.
If you've ever dared to read the comments on a social media post, you might start to wonder if civilized discourse is just a myth. Aggressive threats, lies, and harassment have unfortunately become the norm online,
We
where
are going to
anonymity has
jump around
emboldened
here.
punishment for breaking hate speech laws can include jail time for repeat offenders. But in most cases, a judge levies a stiff fine and sometimes keeps their devices.
How do people react when you take their phones from them?
They are shocked. It's a kind of punishment if you lose your smartphone. It's even worse than the fine you have to pay.
Because your whole life is typically on your phone now.
The application.
I'm looking for a very specific thing where they straight up say that like criticizing the government is hate speech in this.
Of Germany's decades-old speech laws.
It's probably around here.
The worst of the internet is wrapped in red case folders, stuffed with printouts of online slurs, threats, and hate.
This is a criminal offense, so.
What does that say?
Kletterpark for Flüchtlinge.
So they're suggesting that the refugee children play in the electrical wires. Okay.
In this case, the accused had to pay 3,750 euros.
Wow.
It's not a parking ticket.
Over words. Over words, mind you.
Over a meme. Over a joke. A meme. It's
Not a
insane.
parking ticket. To build their cases, investigators
This is
scour
not what I'm
social.
looking for
A
here.
judge levies a stiff fine and
No, you're right,
sometimes
yeah.
keeps their
Yeah,
device.
we already got there. There's a specific point in here that they're talking about criticism. I think, let's see.
But not to say, I think you're a jerk and it.
Here we go.
That triggered a police raid and accusations of excessive censorship by the government.
60 Minutes
As
claim me.
prosecutors explained to us, in Germany, it's okay to debate politics online, but it can be a crime to call anyone a pimmel, even a politician.
So it sounds like you're saying it's okay to criticize a politician's policy, but not to say, I think you're a jerk and an idiot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Comments like you're son of a bitch, excuse me for using, but these words has nothing to do with political discussions or a contribution to a discussion.
Man.
Civility.
So, how do you dictate whether something contributes to the conversation, like in real time? Like,
right.
It's a bit of an issue, isn't it? But this is a very interesting video. I'm not finding the specific spots, but as a German, I better not post my opinion in here.
Yeah. Right.
It's not that Germans don't have a sense of humor, it's that they're banned from making jokes. Not gonna lie, what's happening in the UK kind of reminds me of the Warning in V for Vendetta movie. By the way, I really like that movie. That movie is fantastic. It has nothing to do with the actual series, though. That I have not consumed.
Yeah.
Already.
That agreed. That's what I've heard too. The ending, I don't like where they're taking off the masks. I don't like that. I wish that they had redone that a little bit because it's too, like, I don't know, poetic or something. You're blurring the lines between the allegory and the metaphor and the film itself. And I don't like that.
What's up, Moemasu? All right. We're going to keep playing this, unless you have more to say.
No, I think that's insane, and I think that's where the UK is going at the very least. I don't think it'll ever get I don't think it'll ever get that bad here, but I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, we have a
maybe
constitution that
20, 40
specifically
years.
protects free speech. So,
Yeah.
basically, as far as I can see, the only way that this would change would be the Supreme Court would have to reinterpret or come up with a new version of how, a new interpretation of how free speech would be applied. And I don't think the Supreme Court's going to do that.
Says, this is a disaster. Again, another example of a Trojan horse, where you have bills like this that present themselves as an attempt to protect children. But in practice and throughout the bill, it goes way beyond that scope, and it starts surveilling adults. It starts censoring what adults can view and say on the internet. And as we'll see, this has already trickled down in just a few days to services like Spotify. Spotify now will require you potentially as a UK user
the girls
to
are
give
in the
over
house.
your government ID. That's how ridiculous this is already getting. Now, like I said, this is a Trojan horse that says this is all about protecting kids. And every single person, every sane human being out there agrees that children should not have access to 18+ adult websites. Obviously.
Unless you're libertarian.
Yeah. I think that there are a small subset of people that say absolutely insane stuff. But the rest of the population just gives them the side eye.
Absolutely. And I am making a dumb joke, by the way. The biggest joke about libertarians is that none of them can agree on exactly what they believe. That's the best part about it.
I have a theory about that, but I'll save it for another time.
All right.
A lot of people believe this is more of a parenting issue. They should use parental controls and monitor what their kids are doing online, and that should be the main focus. It shouldn't require all these extra steps that extends the scope of bills like this to the point where now adults are being required to send in their government IDs to pretty much every website and service they visit. That goes way beyond adult websites and to just mundane, everyday services, as we will see. And
you talked about it earlier, and I just wanted to, I just remembered it. So, yes, YouTube does like have this whole thing regarding kids and how they got sued for it at one point. But there's a YouTube app called YouTube Kids for a reason.
Exactly.
So the onus is still on the parents of those children to do their due diligence.
Now, there are parenting apps. I used to, like, when my kids were little, before I let them just use the YouTube app in general. They had YouTube Kids. They had a tablet that had like YouTube Kids and some other stuff on there that were, like kid games or whatever that they were allowed to use, that did not have full access to the internet, did not have full access to YouTube. And, I remember I ended up, setting up a phone for a while for them to have a similar type thing where was a curated kind of content for them, because I recognized it was on me. I wasn't going to just say, hey, Pinky promised not to do the wrong thing.
Yeah, because that worked out very well with my family. You Pinky promise not to try and find porn on this computer again. What does my older brother do? Very, very much that night. Fucking,
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I promise, Dad. I'll promise to get really sad when I get caught. I don't want to rewind, so I don't know where you guys are in your discussion. Well, right now, we actually just talked about Collective Shout and the payment processors, and pretty much I repeated what our conversation, Moamasu, came out to regarding that, regarding the contractual agreements. But now we're talking about the UK law stuff and how it's really dumb. That's pretty much where we're at. Bro, we had Net Nanny in 1999's Your Kids Will Always Outsmart You. Yeah, I remember when my dad called me out for looking up how to set up a proxy. Because one of my friends told me about it. saying, well, you can basically avoid all blocking if you set up a proxy, set up a subnet. And I'm like, oh, how do you do that? Well, I definitely couldn't do that, but definitely it worked. I got caught. Then again, I forget that the UK exists 90% of the time. Very true.
And unfortunately, there's also a big security risk. Imagine having to send over your government ID or your biometrics to pretty much every website you're going to. Look at some of the recent data breaches, like with the T app. This was an app that was a...
You remember, you know about T?
Yeah, I do know about T. I know that it was supposed to be a dating app, or what is it, not a companion app, where you're supposed to like women looking out for women kind of thing. It has, a good intention, you don't want to call out, people calling out predators, like literal predators, people who are use day for eat drugs and have convictions of violent assaults and all kinds of other horrible things on them, right?
In the most charitable aspect, yes.
Yeah. But then, that's like, no one's going to use it that way. It becomes a gossip app for people to badmouth their ex and whatnot.
Absolutely.
And then they mishandled the sign up.
They mishandled the cloud security specifically. Like,
yeah.
It's like they didn't have any sort of cloud security hired, like, in order to make sure that this was a secure app and website.
Yeah.
So, all of the data was held on a publicly available cloud server that anyone could access without password. And that's a big deal.
Women-only app where basically it was very mean-spirited, right? They would have to give their government ID to prove they're a woman, and the main focus of the site was to show dating profiles of men and basically determine, like, is this person a red flag or not? Are they a good choice? Obviously really mean-spirited and invasive as well. And because the website did not have proper security, it was hacked by 4chan, and millions of IDs and personal information of users,
from what I understand.
Hmm?
Hacked is a strong word. It was left unsecured is the issue.
Yeah, there was nothing to break, but they just found it. They found the personal information. Did you read that Rev's wife lost some merch or sponsorship or something because they don't like Rev? Yes, we did, actually. I learned about this from Andrew here.
From Roadkill.
Sorry.
It's all right.
But yeah, we did go over that earlier.
To the public. It is an absolute mess. And there are many websites and apps that function just like this, and it'll be just that easy to take people's information and make it available on the internet. And also there's going to be a lot of malicious users setting up fake websites or dupes of popular websites and services to try to get people's information. This is going to be something that's going to skyrocket in the UK. Now, of course...
Now, I am just going to say, this is literally a slippery slope argument.
Well...
Doesn't mean it's without merit, but it is very easy to dismiss this as overly sensational.
Yeah, agreed. Was it the argument I like to use is that if you really care about free speech, defend the fringes, right?
Sure.
Was it porn is it's not something that is welcome publicly for good reason, and I'm thankful. However, defending it, so that's where the battle is.
You have a good one, retard.
defend, yeah. It's, what is it? The Overton window. You know, things don't. If the Overton window is a certain size, then you're not and you're fighting on the fringes. You're not having to. There's like, was it? There's safe ground essentially. Yeah. So if you care about again, just to restate it, yeah. If you care about free speech, defend the fringes.
Absolutely. All right, let's keep going here.
People are aware of this, and they signed a petition. This is available through the UK government. It's not like this is a change.org petition. You can
Isn't that hilarious? Parliament will consider this for a debate.
see over 400,000 signatures in only a few days. And they say, well, Parliament considers all petitions that get more than 100,000.
He's about to basically address the reply.
Their consideration was, lol, no, actually.
Yeah, pretty much.
I thought it was more definitive than that. I guess I didn't read it closely enough. I thought that
it's enough signatures. No, because otherwise, if it forced a debate, then let's use Kiwi Farms as an example, or 4chan as an example. They could just bot a ton of different signatures until they get something really stupid up there. So there still will always be a consideration.
Yeah, I suppose.
This is like what was it? Temporarily changing Mountain Dew's name. Do you remember that?
I remember they changed Sierra Mist.
So this was a thing where Mountain Dew had a sweepstakes where they're like, we want you guys to vote on what, and they left it up to the community to come up with what the top like things were. And 4chan put Hitler did nothing wrong as one of the options, and it won. And then Mountain Dew immediately like ceased the campaign because they're not going to change Mountain Dew to Hitler did nothing wrong.
Well, yeah, it was like, what was it? There was the, yeah. What do you call it? What do you call it? The burger, McDonald's. That was it. McDonald's. Lots of places have done something similar where they have a stupid, like, you know, like, hey, community, help us name something, and then it becomes
exactly.
Hitler did nothing wrong. Yeah.
Alrighty, we're gonna keep going on this.
1,000 signatures for a debate. But here was their response once it got over 100,000. The government has no plans to repeal the Online Safety Act. What's the point? Literally, what's the point? And of course, a lot of people are not happy about this entire system in the UK, so they're using VPNs because, well, you're not going to enforce this stuff on me if my VPN says I actually live in the United States, for example. Well, they're cracking down on VPNs already, just in a few days. The amount of people using VPNs skyrocketed in the UK, and now they're already trying to ban VPNs in the UK. This is a gigantic mess right now. And you can see some of the people of Parliament, like Peter Kyle here, trying to do a very desperate and shameless appeal to emotion, where they're still trying to say that if you want to overturn this act, you're on the side of predators, because they want to frame this as just protecting kids from viewing content.
I hate this shit. I hate this shit so much.
Yeah. No, because they won't.
If you're not black, you must be white.
Well,
There's
yeah,
no nuance.
There's that. Yeah. The lack of nuance is so frustrating. But when you pile on the hypocrisy, it gets worse. Because as was stated earlier, that they're not going after the real violence, the tangible violence against youth.
No, of
against
course not.
The community. They're going after, you know, fiction and words online.
Because that's more hurtful, all right? It's more hurtful to their precious fifis. Okay, I need to use the restroom. So, do you want me to just keep this playing while you commentate over it, or you want to wait?
I think he's going to talk about this some more too. So I will. You can keep it going. I'll try and
Ooh,
add what I can.
Hydra just messaged me. You want to hang out with Hydra?
Yeah, that would be great. I'd love that.
Okay. All right. He says he's already familiar with the topic. We'll see. We'll see how familiar he is.
So
with
I have
the
to.
topic.
We have to close all this and then.
I'll
jump
just pull
in.
him into the call then.
Oh, okay, you can. Okay, good.
I should be able to pull him into the call. All right. I guess Hydra was just lurking without saying anything in the chat. But I'm going to get him set up first. All right. All right. Let me try and add him to this. He thought that it was StreamYards. We don't do StreamYards over here. Okay, so... where are we? Boom. Boom. We've created a group, DM. Okay, I should be able to call from here, so I am going to be hanging up. So just give me one moment. All right, hello. Hello.
Hey, hey.
There you are.
It is I, Roadkill.
Can you guys hear them, chat? Can you guys hear them, chat? Looks like they'd be able to be heard. Now, chat, you guys are pretty familiar with Hydra already, but these both are people that I have worked with before, so. Kick Hydra? Okay, whatever, darling.
Issue
All right.
with this is that I can't see.
Share your screen.
I can't see the stream simultaneously. Hold on, because then I.
Don't worry, I can
can't
share my
speak.
OBS,
Oh boy.
so then you'll see the chat as well. Well, it might not work.
Oh, that's great.
It might not work very well for what you want, because you want to be able to see it a little better. Let me see if I can rearrange this. Go. No, that's not going to help very well. Okay. Let me.
Just give me the regular screen and I'll zoom in or ask if I can't see some particular part.
Yes, Hunty, this is my friend Hydra. Okay, yeah, it's just going to work better to just share the screen. Just this one. Hail Hydra. Yep, indeed.
Hail, hail.
Okay. So, I need to use the restroom, so how about you guys try to discuss this a little bit?
We entertain people until you're gone. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. So I will be right back.
I would like to quickly point out the irony that Nigel Farage of the UK Reform Party is the voice of reason in this conversation and series of tweets.
I know,
That in and
right?
of itself is bonkers.
Well, you
It's
know,
absolutely insane.
what is it? When one party is like going ham on
Having a power
totalitarian nonsense, then it's easy to sound what is it like if Nigel Farage was, let's say, giving his prescriptions on how to fix
It would be a lot worse. I know.
Yeah.
If Nigel Farage was in power, it would be this, but on steroids. But because he's not in power and Labour is in power, whom he hates with a fiery passion, he can just say that, oh, I would totally save England. This is how horrible, how dystopian. Meanwhile, my guy over here, like, wants this to be 10 times worse, and also with, like, insane deportation laws, which, by the way, I don't know how you're going to make that work on an island. Because at least if you had a land border, it would be a lot easier. But no, on an island, how are you going to deport tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people from an island? Anyway, logistics. But yeah, Nigel Farage of the Reform Party is the voice of reason. The world is upside down.
Yeah. I have zero
It reminds me
clue.
that the guy on Jubilee who called himself proudly a fascist and talking about how he doesn't believe in human rights or democracy, and then the next day he was crying about how his democratic human rights of having a job and being able to take part in society were being infringed by like a cancel culture mob. This is Nigel Farage complaining about like internet censorship, even though he believes in internet censorship. Like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna hold you to your own standards. If you say you're a fascist who doesn't believe in human rights, you don't get to complain when human rights get abused. Same way, Nigel Farage, you don't get to complain about this, even though it's very politically beneficial to you, because your movement is rapidly growing and is going to sway even more people to your side by you opposing this, but I know you would do a lot worse.
Hey, I gotta make it clear. Just because I have rules for you doesn't mean I need to follow them.
Right?
I know, it's very easy to shit on whoever's in power right now and then nobody will look at your manifesto, but still.
Well, yeah, get a load of that guy. All right. Did Pimo wash his hands? Yes, I did. The hell are you
Who do you
expecting?
think this is, Asmongold?
Ugh. Okay. So we were watching this video. Let's get on through it.
Content they should not be seeing. Well, that's not how it is actually playing out. It goes way beyond that. There's censorship of adults,
Don't you start.
censorship of dissent, censorship of different opinions, and they're calling this a danger to democracy. Many people do believe this is trying to crack down on how people think and how they live very basic lives on the internet.
British
it goes way
government
beyond the
can't
initial
try
scope
not to
of what this
overreach,
bill
challenge,
was
impossible.
presented as.
Oh, yeah.
And of course, their mask off. This clip has been going around of some leadership basically admitting.
The hell is Ahegmo? Aeondine, why did you manifest that? Why did you do
I cannot
that?
see anything happening in the chat, so someone will have to translate if somebody else
So,
has
okay, there are multiple versions of BMO, okay? You see, if you look at my Discord every once in a while,
creating versions of you. Okay, yeah.
Yes. If you don't know what an Ahegao face is,
Unfortunately, I am familiar. Did they create one of you?
I can guarantee you that it exists, and if it doesn't exist, it's going to exist in the next 5 minutes.
I'm so glad I don't see chat.
I think it's better for you to not look at chat.
This isn't just about
Yeah,
protecting
anyway,
kids.
hold on, before
this is about
the
stop.
video, quick pause. I would just like to point out that ever since Britain left the EU, regardless of what their original intent was, it's just been downhill, man. Like from almost every single perspective. Like how they initially complained about the EU being overreaching, the economic situation being too bad, and the migration situation being too bad. And as soon as they left the EU, all of those things got infinitely worse. Like right now, for example, how is it okay for the British government to overreach this much? And by the way, this is not just an issue because, oh, Labour is in power and how dare they. This is like not the left-wing censorship forever. This is just like, if you look at the British government, genuinely, no matter who is in power, for some reason, they have a power problem. I'm sorry to say this, but they have that problem. And I even if you place, like, I don't know how to solve it at this point. I have zero idea, even if you put me in power. Hydra, you are now in charge of the British government. Thanks, I have no idea how to solve this. I don't know what's causing it, but over there, just government overreach and extremely restrictive internet laws go hand in hand for some reason. And they can't even blame it on bureaucrats in Brussels anymore, because all of the things
they can
that
blame
they said were
themselves.
bad and the EU forced them on, they decided to kick them into overdrive as soon as they were off of the EU. So
It
I
is
don't
interesting,
even...
right?
Man, Britain, what are you doing? Genuinely. British moment.
They're making bangers and mash. They're not worried about how their government's going, you know? All right. We're going to continue.
They're asleep at the wheel. Yeah.
Sleep at the wheel? I don't think they're asleep at the wheel. I think they're directly trying to crash.
Maybe.
Stopping adults' free speech, and that elite squads will be responsible for monitoring and punishing free speech.
Is it just about children, or does it focus on adults?
Oh, this is a very famous quote. This
Pause,
clip
hold
right
on.
here has been making in some rounds. Yeah, what's up?
About the children, you do realize that that's how all of the things start. Like every single tyrannical government overreach could be just, we have to do X because we need to protect the children.
Hydra, I have a question for you.
Tell
From
me.
Aeondine, he says, please tell me what this dude's cool accent is because I can't ID it. Dutch? Roman? Goblin?
Nope.
Goblin.
I'm glad that we are
Goblin.
at that point again, where people are
It's,
curious about my accent.
Goblin, of course. It's obviously Goblin.
It's obviously.
Goblin these nuts.
Clearly. He beat me to it, damn.
All right.
I was
Well,
about to make the mind goblin detour, but you beat me to the joke.
yeah, the mind
Anyway,
goblin.
Yeah, I almost completely forgot what I was going to say. Damn you, Bio.
My bad. Even on my own stream, I derail.
Yeah, so
Especially on my own stream.
I was about to talk about how, just a couple sentences on how every single tyrannical government overreach can begin. We have to do X because we have to do it to protect the children, okay? But think about it, as much as harsh and as cruel that might sound, it is not the responsibility of the government or even certain groups of citizenry from a certain perspective to wrap the world in comfortable, fluffy, pink mist or bubble wrap to protect the children.
Right?
It is the responsibility of the parents to protect their children. And you can't just do the violent video games, the anime or whatever the fuck they are harping on at the moment, that they want to conveniently blame all of the complex societal issues on, like increasing amount of depression or whatever. You cannot just say that we need to get rid of these things of society. No, I'm sorry. This is going to be a problem that has to be solved on the personal level. Not by government or committee. You're going to have to teach people to do better, whether they are children or adults. And I understand that's going to be difficult, but you can't just wrap every object in the world in bubble wrap to protect people who are bumbling about and not interfere with a bunch of other things.
Yeah. I just think it's a little more complicated because yes, the onus should be like, especially when it comes to children, the onus should be on the ones raising them. You should wrangle your kids better. You should monitor your kids better. 100%. That is not the responsibility of the state to a degree. All these private companies making these decisions. Let's say for example, none of this happened, and then for some reason YouTube decides we're gonna ID you to find out if you're of age or not. It would have a little bit of a different effect, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what particularly bothers me is that a lot of times these, we have to protect the children, and it conveniently lines up with my pre-existing ideology that is all about this particular problem. The reason it bothers me is because I genuinely care about some of the people whose lives have been ruined by this. Like, for example, there was an example where, I don't know if you remember, a depressed, was it a teen or young adult? I think it was a teen still. committed suicide for an AI waifu or something because
Yes, I remember this.
because of how bad things were, and the immediate reaction from the parents, the people responsible for the children, was to launch, if I recall correctly, I might be mistaken, but to launch an anti-AI campaign. Like, motherfucker, it makes my blood boil, okay? It was your responsibility. If someone falls in love with an AI waifu, there is already a million things going wrong at home.
Exactly.
Like, how come nobody is taking enough time out of the day to spend time with this kid to learn his problems, or lacking social interactions, or just having a healthy love life or anything at all, or even trying dating or whatever, or just being in such a bad situation that the only one who gives a fuck is an AI, a machine, okay? A language model is the only one that cares. And instead of doing some self-reflection, or even starting a campaign to make sure that it doesn't happen to other children, that they are left behind and they are driven to find comfort in the arms of machines, instead of doing that, you just blame it on one thing and start a stupid crusade to get rid of that. What if they committed suicide because of some other thing that they decided to make their last crutch, in unhealthy crutch in life? Then you would start a crusade against that thing, like video games, for example, or a VR simulation. This is not solving the problem. You are just going after
Or let's
whatever
say the gun
last thing was
manufacturer.
that the Sorry?
Or let's say, like, for another example, the machinery used, aka the gun manufacturer in some mass shooting cases.
Yeah, exactly. You are going after basically whatever the person in question touched the last, which
Except
is
for
stupid.
the problem.
The problem is that it's an actually complex issue that was caused by a variety of factors that has to be analyzed in each case carefully. But that is complex. That is not interesting to a lot of people, and people want easy, quick, loud, and popular solutions that can be chanted over a megaphone. So
Yeah.
they're
Of
just
course.
like,
Preferably
ban this,
something that-
regulate that, and that's it. That's the solution. Instead of delving into the complex problems of how there is more and more mental illness in society, and autism and Asperger's because of this, and the problems that we have because of internet and telecommunications, and instead of all of that, we just blame
Find a
one
period.
thing conveniently, you know.
Find a period in there,
Preferably
Hydra.
it's
Holy shit.
yeah. Preferably it's something that they can like vote on, do something once, and then fire and forget. They don't have to worry about it ever again. People, they want that easy fix.
Well, it's moral outrage with a financial component. A lot of the time, these lawsuits that we're referring to, which isn't necessarily directly involved with the subject that we're talking about, but tangentially involved, which is the lawsuits. Not AI is Satan, I heard it from a good, reliable source. Exactly. But we were watching this video. We're going to keep going through this. I want to try and finish this.
Punishing free speech.
Is it just about children, or does it focus on adults?
That should be an elite squad.
Barry, does it just focus...
protect 13-year-old
I'm sorry,
girls?
the elite squad is not about children.
Did you see the eyebrows on that guy?
Yeah.
He doesn't want to hear it. He doesn't want to hear it.
Yeah. And it's literally think of the children. It's like, oh, I'm going to pick the most vulnerable group that I can, that people will identify with. It's like, oh, you don't think that 13-year-old girls need to be protected? It's like,
It's immediate bad faith argument. Immediately. That's the immediate, like, oh, knee jerk. Oh, so you're pedophile adjacent, aren't you? Like, it's the same type of shit. To just call back to the earlier conversation.
It is a trick as old as time, as politics itself. You can relate it all the way. Hell, even in Germany, in the 20th century, have you considered giving the chancellor all emergency powers? I mean, somebody just burned down the Reichstag. Like, you can do anything of like, we have to do X, government expand power because of, ooh, very bad thing. Like, I'm just automatically cautious whenever that happens because it has been used for comically evil goals so many times throughout human history.
Let's continue.
Actually, shall I read you the thing? An elite squad of police officers is to monitor social media for anti-migrant sentiment. I don't think 13-year-olds are engaging that. So is it also to monitor adults? Simple question, yes or no?
Yes, of course it will.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, it seems so obvious at this point. They were saying this is all about just banning
Yeah.
Oh, and now he's using Chibi reviews as a source. This is what. Okay. Roadkill. This is what bothers me.
I hear what you're saying, but is it
At least
true?
this has. Yeah, it is. I agree that this right here is he's addressing the problem. He's solidifying his argument with a niche not VTuber, YouTuber. This is better than Hirohei because at least he's not cropping out the like counts or anything. He's showing that this is actually something being engaged with, which is better than what Hirohei does. Yes, we wills. Okay, we're gonna keep pressing play. I just thought it was really funny that now he brings up Chibi reviews. It's like we just went from British news to niche YouTuber.
Adult websites are keeping kids from accessing them and all that stuff. But now you're seeing it goes way beyond that. It's something that is attacking many platforms nobody expected. You can see Chibi Reviews talking here about Wikipedia being restricted, YouTube being restricted, Spotify being restricted,
They got their
police
foot in the
monitoring.
door. Pause. That's obviously, you shouldn't be surprised that they did this. This is they took the first step and they're like, hey, we can walk, let's keep going. Like, it reminds me really of the like cleansing of some of the adult games on Steam. I was barely following that from my peripheral vision. I noticed it some time ago, and my immediate reaction was like, okay, I can kind of understand why you want to do that. But guess what games they went after they got all of the adult games?
Not
in the
adult
they went
games.
after indie horror games for being too disturbing or creepy or whatever. And I just immediately like, come on, dude. Like, obviously, it's so annoying, particularly because I almost started working on an indie horror game project, but I decided not to. So this cuts very close to home, okay? I'm just gonna say that. As someone
Because
who's making a game in Unity right now. But
the new rule that they implemented, Rule 15, is so vague, they can use it for pretty much any reason. Because it's whatever may be deemed inappropriate to our payment processors.
Who deems it? By whom was it deemed? But yeah, basically, I don't believe they'll stop at something. Even if they start out with the most noblest of goals, if you leave no checks on this power, they'll just keep rolling.
Exactly. You gotta, even if the best of intentions are there, you gotta think of all the counters.
You gotta
And then-
counterweight because eventually,
Yeah.
if someone will take I don't care how good. Let's say you have a perfect government with perfect ministers. If they stay in power for like more than 10 years, corruption's gonna flourish. I don't care who it is. Like, even with the best of intentions, if you don't have proper balance of powers, proper counterweights, proper checks and balances in all of the systems, legal, judiciary, executive, all of whatever, you will have people who push as far as they can. They will figure out if anything pushes back in the legal limits, in the boundaries, and they just keep going as far as they can. Like, it will happen.
Well,
Your
of
system
course.
has to be ready and able to repel these people.
Well, there's always going to be activism in the government. When this is top-down government, this is where it becomes the bigger issue. Because private company, they can make these really stupid sweeping changes, and they'll revert back because they'll lose a lot of their audience, a lot of the time. But when it comes to, let's say, the government wants to now, from the very top of the government all the way down to try and enforce this, then we run into nanny state issue. And that is much more reprehensible to me than, let's say, some random company, even though YouTube is not some random company, but it's more than just YouTube that is implementing this, saying, hey, let's verify you to make sure that you're not a kid, which is weird because it's not going to actually like keep kids from using the platform. It
What
never
about
does.
YouTube Kids and all of the pornographic ads pushed
Dude,
there? Like,
YouTube Kids is what really bothers me here because there's literally an app for your children to watch YouTube. So why are we instituting this on the one that's already considered for adults?
Yeah.
Are we going to do a YouTube adults too?
Yeah, and there were people who made like compilations about, hey, all of the stuff being pushed on YouTube Kids is disturbing. Look at all of these ads or these videos or all of this shit that gets recommended. And when they uploaded this, it got removed from YouTube for violating TOS.
What's
the
up,
ads
job
and the
application?
content that happened own YouTube Kids is not allowed on regular YouTube because of how bad it is. How is that normal, I ask you? How is that okay? It's not. It's just not. Do something about that if you care children consuming online content. Also, raise your children properly. I know it's difficult in the digital age to do a good job at parenting, but the government is not going to do it for you. Sorry.
No, of course not. Moe Masu in the chat says, yes, I believe CEOs and CFOs need to indemnify shareholders to some degree. It may not be that term, but something close to that. Meaning they need to, I'm trying to remember exactly what indemnify means. Am I going to have to Google this? Now I'm going to look stupid, but I'm going to do it. Indemnify definition. To preserve or secure against loss. Okay. Yeah, basically they need to keep the interests of the interests of their shareholders in account. What shareholders are going to be supporting this though? Like especially I want to know.
I think that the like anything there should be limits though.
Limits, of course.
Because
to
I
a
think
degree.
that you shouldn't infringe on people's freedoms at the because it's like getting rid of people because they're brand risks if your platform is built on free speech. I think that's like that's the kind of sort of the cost of doing business a little bit. Which is why I think we should be working towards labeling some of these places as what do you call them, utilities, and not have them be, it'll clear them up of a lot of liability. Actually, they should
I'm
actually
not sure if it would actually do what you're saying, though. I do support that idea of maybe classifying these things as utilities. I'm not sure this would actually solve the issue.
No,
does it actually solve
one
it?
issue? No, it's about trade-offs. It'll make other things more difficult.
Sure.
There's no magical fix it or just
Absolutely not. Yeah.
maneuvering to make things a little bit better.
Moemasu in the chat says, well, as a private company, they can change whatever, but if they start losing money, shareholders can sue the CEO or C-suite for loss of value. It's kind of funny.
They can sue. I think. Yeah, but doesn't it also? I'm not a legal expert. I'm just prefacing it all off.
How dare you?
But doesn't it get bad? Can they get an even bigger lawsuit or an even more substantial or even more support or whatever the word for it is, if they believe they have proof that the CEO or whomever is not acting in the interest of making as much money as possible or preserving the shareholders' profits as much as possible? So I think it might get worse if they believe they can mount a good argument that, hey, this is not profit oriented and that's bad. Like, maybe I'm wrong on that. Not a legal expert.
I don't have a comment on that. I don't know. You might have. I really don't know.
Nobody's a lawyer here. Clarification. Yeah.
Yeah. None of this is legal advice. We're gonna keep pressing play on this.
Task forces being created. These are not exaggerations. Right now, if you're a UK user, this is what your media tabs might look like on Twitter. Everything is being censored.
Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of memes regarding these.
Hot take. Twitter being censored is not a loss for humanity, okay? I do not care. Like,
damn,
as long
bro.
as Twitter gets purged from the annals, we lose nothing of value. I'm sorry to say this. This is my hot take. Like, it's full of fucking bots, extremists, adult content that just randomly jumps into your face. Stupid people that push their opinion that doesn't belong in the public. Like, I'm okay with that site being torched.
But Hydra, if we torch that, what is the precedent that sets for free speech?
Yeah, the precedent it says is that the government can torch that website. And said I'm okay with the torching of the website, not that the government is the one to do it, okay? I'm just saying
but like within the context.
is okay.
I'm fine with you wanting to burn it down, but within the context, you would not be okay with the government burning such thing down?
Because they'll come after Facebook next and then YouTube for whatever. I
Yes.
know, because they think they can get away with it. I'm merely saying that the loss of Twitter itself may not be a detriment for mankind, but the fact is that the government took it down will in fact set a bad precedent if it's
I'm
not
gonna be honest with you.
counterbalanced.
To be as frank as possible on this subject specifically, I think if we got rid of Twitter, Twitter would just migrate someplace else. It would just be
the users will disperse.
There
like
will always
diaspora,
be
yes,
people like that.
Yeah, but it will mitigate the impact if we manage to distribute them evenly amongst other websites. You know, I'm just here dreaming. Okay. How like Twitter has like the largest percentage of bots and like horrible behavior. I remember that there was a time where there was a massive like complete countrywide electricity outage in Russia, I think because of one of the Ukrainian drone strikes. And for like 8 hours, Twitter was completely normal. None of the extreme accounts were posting or anything. Like, it's just so revealing. And there were a bunch of other studies done too about how Twitter has the most, largest percentage of like, clearly bot networks and AI farms. Like that website
Oh yeah, for sure.
is fueled by government propaganda and extremism designed to
the
drive
verification
people against each other.
system
It's
on
horrible.
the verification system on it is so fucking stupid.
Not
because
existent,
they've
it's
now
just stupid.
no it is existent. It does exist. It doesn't do what you think, because
no, it's non-existent. It's a
once you're
verification system.
verified,
It's a
when you have the
revenue
blue
system.
check, you specifically are now incentivized to say as inflammatory stuff as possible in order to get engagement, because you get paid off of the engagement.
So it's not. So it doesn't exist as a verification system anymore. That's not its job anymore. That's not what it does mainly anymore. So it's not
Correct.
non-existent as a verification system. That was my initial argument. But just holy shit. Maybe it doesn't require the nuking of Twitter. Maybe we just need to globally EMP Russia and China, and it will become a better place. Because their bot farms will be turned off. What I'm trying to say is, seriously, fuck Twitter and all of the hateful networks that are just made to turn people against each other. I hate that. I hate that so much.
Sure. I don't really disagree with you on that.
Even things posted by users who are not in the UK are being hit with these restrictions. In yesterday's video, we talked about collective shout.
Oh no!
And some people
trust only in the UK government.
Confusing situation with mouthwashing. It was claimed it was banned by itch.io. Turns out it wasn't. But long story short, people talking about that and relating it to various censorship issues. We're getting these restrictions as well. People outside of the UK were even getting hit with this. It's ridiculous.
This is not related to the video, but since I've been working on trying to create my own VTuber rig, whenever I see Rev's mouth move, I get frustrated because I could make a mouth move better than that.
Yeah, no, I don't doubt it.
This is very slapdash that I'm seeing. Like, it looks good. I'm not saying it looks bad, but
The
like,
model is good, but the
you
rigging
think Rev cares?
takes
I don't
work.
care if Rev cares. I don't give a fuck about Rev's opinion on this. It is just because I've been messing around with the opinion, with not the opinion, but with the program, I was like, oh, but you just need 2 other steps to make that look better. Like,
Listen,
that's why I keep looking at it.
I can 100% relate. I just got done recently with making a complex spawner system in the video game I'm working on, which can do all sorts of stuff like wave spawners, whatever, mini bosses, like survival mode, etc., set encounters,
Nice.
all of that. It uses another array and a couple of array list systems to pull that off. And then I was confronted, brutally assaulted by Pirate Software's global storyline array, driven into my face from his Heartland game, and I borderline vomited at what he used an array for. So I can 100% sympathize with the look at that, and it's just, I know, why would you know? It would be so better if you just did it a little bit different. Why? No, please. It's the professional frustration. I totally get it.
Yeah, that
It's
frustration.
completely
I feel.
you're right. No, you are correct. I get it.
Discord has had its own rash of age verification issues already. I've seen examples of people saying certain things like, oh, my friend over here is 10 years old.
This is fucking hilarious, by the way. Death Stranding's photo mode.
Oh yeah, the authenticating with the picture of the dude. That is pretty fucking funny.
Older than me. The system goes, uh-oh, you sound like you might not be an adult. And then they require that person to hand over their ID to get access to their account, when in reality they might be 30 years old, right?
Guilty before
and now
proven
people
innocent.
are getting around the age verification by using Death Stranding photos. Yeah, they're using the photo mode from this game and somehow getting past it, including the authors of this article who tried it out for themselves and were
Which is
successful
fucking hilarious.
in getting past
But
the
now
system.
that
That's
you've
how
fucking
stupid
publicized
all
it, now
this
it's
is.
gonna get blocked.
And also
I
Wikipedia
know, right?
is
No,
at
it's
risk.
just the whole thing assumes that the people are blocks of wood and won't respond to change. No, whenever you do something like government regulation, you immediately have to account for multiple ways people would want to circumvent that regulation. Not just people, businesses, whatever, no matter what you're regulating. This is an extremely amateur mistake. I would expect from someone who's never been in government before to think that, hey, regulation, they are problem solved, man, and just no backup plan whatsoever of what people will do around. Like, this tells me not only that this was done without any consideration of actually helping children and has the potentials for an insane power grab and overreach, but also that it was done completely sloppily without second thought and just was slapped on as like, there, government did a thing. Like, man, I might be wrong about that, but this is what it seems like to me, and it really bothers me. It's not as bad, not quite as bad as what my government is doing, but it's pretty fucking bad. Don't do this, please.
Of being blocked and hit with this sort of age requirement. They're in a legal battle right now because apparently Wikipedia has something that is so controversial, information that will require an age verification for not just users, but also identity verification for contributors. And of course, censorship of harmful topics. That's what the government wants. It's shameless, it's pathetic. But of course, we're not done yet. People are now reporting that they're being required to show their government ID to Spotify.
Oh,
you
there
can't
we
even
go.
listen to certain kinds of music
See,
without giving
the
over
next
your
logical
government
step.
ID.
The next logical step. You will only be able to access. The next logical step is you will only be able to access Wikipedia and information articles about the government if you have the government ID. See, immediately we can
I
just move
can
into
already see the bad argument. Oh, I can already see the other side of this bad argument, because this is not top-down enforcement of this rule, because this rule doesn't exist in the US. But all these platforms are, well, hold on, I'm not finished. All these platforms are specifically trying to cover for when this will occur. The corpos are getting shook, as Momomasu just said. And I can already hear the argument that, one, it's not a big deal, but also, two, they're private companies, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah, but the
when
private companies
the
are
problem,
hand over
they're
backwards to whoever is in power.
Pretty much. It's like, okay, so this is soft power working right now. This isn't hard power. This is not being enforced by the government yet. But this is the effect of soft power right now. Saying, we're going to suggest that this occurs in the US, therefore all of these corporations are gonna do something about it.
None of the corporations want to get caught a full cycle behind everyone else and lose a bunch of shit. Like,
that is correct, Momomasu. Shareholders are also soft power. But I don't know if the shareholders are actually covering this. We won't know. Anyways.
Just think about how many platforms do China versions just to be able to sell in the insanely restrictive and heavily censored Chinese market. Like, this is another thing that a bunch of people in the United States didn't understand when the Twitter files came out. It's not some grand conspiracy about what these guys want. These guys want to maximize profits at whatever the cost and whatever they can get away with. They will sell their own mother if they can make more profits and get away with it, okay? Whoever is in a position of power, if they can make more money, they'll give them what they want in exchange. That's it. I'm sorry.
I just feel like that's just cartoonishly evil, though.
But some people are cartoonishly evil people.
But is that representative of who you're talking about, though? That's where I'm not too sure.
I think the big corporations, some of the people that climb the ladder, that lead them, the fact that they made it atop the ladder amongst the 1% of the 1% of the 1%, incentivized or built in them behavior that I personally would consider reprehensible. Some of the worst negatives of human traits, of human behavior, are either required or created by climbing on top of everyone else and taking the best. So yeah, this is a long conversation I don't want to get into right now, and I can't really explain, but that's my opinion, that it either turns you into or incentivizes for you to become, or you were already this kind of way if you make it to that insanely powerful big corporate position.
I would just be careful of making that assumption. You'd have to take that as a case-by-case basis, because otherwise you're broad brushing quite evil intentions onto just rich people.
I'm not saying that everyone behaves this way. I'm saying that it heavily curves in this direction, and it incentivizes this behavior because it helps you climb even faster. Like, I'm not saying you can't climb the mountain without this gear, but you'll definitely make it atop in front of everyone else if you do this.
And people like to min-max.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
Min-max.
They'll throw
Okay.
off the extra weight of morals if they can climb faster. Not everyone takes it off. Not every climber takes off the extra weights, but a lot of them do to reach the peak faster, basically.
Sure. Sure. I definitely don't fully agree with your opinion here, but you didn't want to get into it, so that's okay.
Yeah,
we can get into it another
take
time.
like 10-15 minutes to unpack, so just let's keep rolling with the video.
All right, we're gonna keep playing the video.
To a service like this, it's insane. I mean, how far do you think you're gonna push people with this kind of stuff? It's ridiculous. And we're not even getting into the more sinister, ridiculous stuff like the task forces that are being created to crack down on what they believe is problematic and dangerous behavior. I mean, you can see this headline.
Imagine
Police unit
you
in
try
England
to access
to
a
monitor
site without
online
government ID and they instantly get alerted to your location and called. Isn't that fucking dystopian?
So I would highly recommend you go look at the last Thinkers episode we had where we talked about AI, because we actually asked ChatGPT what they would do to control the populace but also maintain freedoms. The answer was not maintain freedoms. I would say it's worthwhile to go watch that. Highly recommend it. It's a good time.
I will do when I have the time, but yeah, asking
Absolutely.
AI to redraw the line between freedom and security, that's gonna be juicy.
Yeah.
It's fun. It was fun.
How about
Alrighty.
Patriot Act on steroids?
signs of anti-migrant
that's basically what they did.
disorder. Intelligence team could track social media and flag early signs of civil unrest in response to renewed demonstrations.
Early signs of civil unrest. What does that mean? People that gather with signs?
And your workers being unionizing? Have they been talking about wage increases? It reminds me of that, like, that corporate thing of like, oh no, incoming like unrest, but like it's the most comedically just absurd shit of like workers unionizing, maybe like workers taking a break and talking about going on vacation, maybe a sign of them unionizing. Take precautionary steps. Like, this is the exact same but the government version of like incoming unrest. We must do something, guys.
Is it a slight increase in body temp? Exactly. You know, they just noticed that there's concentrated heat. They go in, they were like, there's must be disorderly things. It's just an orgy.
That's the logical next step of like the Chinese AI face recognition cameras, by the way, is to make them IR capable. So that's not a joke. That's the logical next step to upgrading the cameras.
Yeah, and what is it? Britain already is a surveillance state, so they could easily implement it if they passed pass some legislation. They could
maybe.
Yeah.
Unlike in like the
Britain is not
U.S.
doing so hot
where
on the Human
no.
Freedom Index compared to some other European countries, unfortunately.
The Human Freedom Index is a very funny thing. Because wasn't like Puerto Rico like way up there recently?
I'm not saying it's perfect, okay, but as a
Far from
general
it.
indication to what some people think, it's a useful tool, okay? Everything is distorts with a certain lens. You have to be able to understand all of the different lenses and pick up whichever you want to be able to look at a thing as big in the sky or as small as a microbe in front of you if you want to examine things. But each lens distorts in its own way, and you have to be aware of that. It's not easy, but this is the curse of the internet. Everyone is entitled to their dog shit opinion and puts it out there constantly, and you have to be aware of that.
Hey, I'm a streamer with a dog shit opinion, all right? I get precedence.
We are a lens right now. In fact, I forgot his name. I'm so sorry. Hold on, I'm zooming in right now. Rev is also a lens, and we are distorting on top of his lens. So yeah.
Oh my gosh, I lost subscribers off of this stream. That's hilarious.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
I am so repulsive that I'm chasing people away with my horrible voice and dog shit opinion.
Nah, it's probably me.
Aeon Dine,
No
I think
pushback.
that is... I think that's a bad example. Show me a group of 10 or more humans that aren't corrupt. I don't think that's how that should be measured. Because how are you measuring corruption? Exactly. And yeah, I lose subs all the time, guys. It's not that big of a deal. I'm getting big enough so that like people will come and go all the time.
Okay.
Does stealing toilet paper from work to use at home during COVID counts as corruption? Like, what do you mean by corruption?
In the wrong think era. Wrong think, you're gonna get arrested. That's pretty much it. Yep, you have an issue.
But
with
Your Honor, did you see what he
anything going
tweeted?
on with that? You might get a knock on your door. That's how bad things have gotten already. Now, don't
Your Honor, he's a fan of Naruto. Fucking just...
Don't worry, guys.
Oh my gosh.
This is just a
Wait,
test
wait,
group,
wait.
in my opinion. This is happening across the world.
What's oh, Earl Manga Sensei watches that. He watches the wrong anime. Yeah.
Exactly.
The world in the United States is not exempt. There is a very similar bill titled Kids Online Safety Act that is basically mirroring everything going on in the UK that they're trying to push. And there's been already a lot of backlash. So what do? They start pushing another one.
UK can
called
get away
the
with
Screen
it,
Act,
then the US
which
maybe
is
can get away
basically
with
the
it.
same thing.
Next logical step. Also,
They are trying
I'd like
very
to quickly
hard.
point out the irony that, first of all, I wouldn't trust anything that it's like, oh, it's a bill in the US that might go through. You have bills that would want to rename the coastal areas of the US into Donald J. Trump exclusive economic zone and put like Trump on a $250 bill. I don't think any of those are going to make it through, but they are just as legitimate, could become things bill as this one.
Don't talk
Like,
about the Gulf of
holy
America that way.
You're
I'm
right.
not talking about the Gulf, whatever you want to call it. I'm talking about the economic exclusive zone that is dipping your feet into the water of the coasts of the US. But yeah, the exclusive next step, the logical next step, if one government can get away with it, then the next one will also push. Just as the same way this works with one government, with corporations, the states will try to copy or race with each other. Why would you miss out on this juicy power grab if this other person pulled it off too? They might get ahead of you in having a more stable populace. And by the way, Nigel Farage complaining about this, that this is dystopian. My man, the guy will do the exact same shit but worse, except instead of looking for people who talked bad shit about immigrants, he would look for people who defended immigrants or who are immigrants. But yeah, he's rising in popularity right now because he opposes this for his own reasons. It's just the irony to me. Nobody actually cares. Nobody actually cares amongst the truly powerful. They are just playing the power game and want to And maybe some of them do care, but I haven't seen them make any big impact yet or show their faces. Hopefully, they'll do something, or the people will have to push back harder.
Harder. Yeah. Sorry, I was about to make a really dumb joke, but I'm just going to leave it at that. We're going to keep going.
To introduce
The
this
fuck is
stuff
wrong
to the
with me?
United States and across the world. And if YouTube starting to make their own age verification process and screening isn't a hint enough, stuff like this should be. They're prepping for what might be a reality in the United States as well. And we've seen the disastrous effects in the UK. And if you're seeing what's going on here, yeah, you should be disgusted and very concerned. Now, I'm going to end this video on a very
I'm disgusted
light
because
note,
I'm looking
okay?
at a male
Don't
voice
worry.
coming out of a cute
Yesterday, I
little
announced that
VTuber.
my code REV20 is now active, meaning you get 20% off.
You ain't advertising it on my channel?
There
Get
you
the
go.
fuck out of here. Okay. Feel like we got a lot of meat out of that one. Hey,
Yeah.
Lucifer, how's it going?
Hey, Lucifer.
Okay. Anything else that you guys
also,
want
I'm
to talk about?
out of time. I gotta get
You're out of
gotta get
time?
ready for work.
All right. Thank you very much for hanging out, Roadkill.
It's great talking to you guys.
Yep. When we have a panel discussion on anime, I'll make sure to invite you.
Thanks. All right. See you later.
Take it easy, man. You need a license for breathing. All right, Hydra. All right.
I'm gonna dip myself in like 5, 10, 15 minutes. So,
Okay.
just to let you know in advance.
Is there anything in particular that you would be interested in covering in that 5-10 minutes?
I had a bunch of ideas, and naturally, when I'm about to talk about them, they have escaped, and my brain is all of a sudden the big empty. But yeah,
It happens. It happens.
yeah,
Where is it?
they were all the annoying little flies of ideas buzzing around while we were talking about something else, and I had to tell them to shush, and now they are all gone.
Because we've already done all the conversation about AI art and everything last week. Yeah, wait. Chat, I definitely need some more recommendations from you guys. Because I have a whole channel for that. I'm just saying. The Demon
Send us
Larry is
things, and we
back.
might do things.
I do find it funny that the second Roadkill leaves, I gain some more viewers. The irony.
Oh no.
But. You were making a game.
Yes, I was.
What's the idea?
Well, as much as I can tell you, I'm not going to spoil the idea, because as far as I was able to look, no one else has made something like this before, so I'm not gonna leak the design or anything. But it's gonna be something similar to a first-person shooter. I'm kind of going with a mix of Ultra Kill and the original Doom. That kind of feeling is what I'm going for, but there's going to be a very unique twist on the entire formula that no one else has done before, and that I'm not going to share. You will just have to wait until the first demo comes out, or the pre-alpha or something.
Nice. Well, especially let me know once you get that, because I'll try to boost that out. Let's see. Is there anything here? I'm trying to see if there's anything that would be nice, short, and sweet. You know, short and sweet, like Mr. Larry in the chat saying, "I like feet."
Unfortunately, I switched windows just enough to see that.
You just what?
I switched windows just fast enough to catch that, unfortunately.
So, there is something we could talk about. Have you heard about the Sydney Sweeney ads that are being called Nazi propaganda?
Unfortunately, I was bombarded with it, yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
I don't even know what to compare it to. It reminds me of that, there's really only one thing that I can compare it to. I can't... If I was in charge of this marketing team, I would have definitely stopped this from getting out. I would be like, hey guys, I appreciate the meme, very funny joke, haha, jeans sound like jeans. But I think some people might get the wrong impression. And then I would show them that ad that I think I actually sunk that company. I might be wrong on this. It was an ad for a cleaning product, and part of the ad was that you would put the cleaning product into the washing machine, and then a black guy went in, and then a white guy came out after the wash was done.
I know,
And
I
was
know
like,
that Japanese
that's what
commercial.
I would show them. I would like say, haha, he, very funny. But I think people will get the wrong idea. Okay, so probably, maybe let's not do this. Tone it down. Or
I've got
get a
it.
different
I've got
sound
it.
alike.
I can share it. I've got it.
So yeah, this is what it reminds me of.
All right, chat, you ready? Are you ready, chat? This is 48 seconds of ridiculousness right here. All right, let's go. So true. Oh, not the dishwasher. Get in the washing machine.
Yeah.
It's fucking hell.
So yeah,
oh, you didn't see it, did you?
the thing might not be the best idea. Yeah.
Did it share to you? Yeah, it did. Okay. That's BMO and Cine IRL.
Yeah, this is
100%.
on the same level, basically, in my opinion.
He's not actually black. He's Japanese. Yes, that's what it's saying. He was in blackface the whole time. Oh my gosh, there's some wonderful. There was one other ad, and I want you to watch it. Explain this one to me, all right? All right, this one's a little later. It's 2003.
Is it gonna be Japanese too?
It's from Thailand. Are you ready?
I am.
You see, take the kid away. Oh no. What is this trying to say?
That's not great. Don't. Oh boy.
We're not finished. You'll never expect where this is going. What the fuck was that trying to say?
I don't even. Yeah, somebody. There needs to be a normal person at ad agencies who isn't involved with any of the process at all and only gets shown the finished ad right before it goes out, and they have total veto power, and they're just like a normal fucking person in touch with normal society, and they can tell people, hey, this is a bad idea, don't do this, and they can veto the ad or something like that. I need to
address the chat here. All right, Larry, you have said multiple times to make a model of you with your toes out, all right? I will not do that unless you pay me. All right? Thankfully, I do have a link to where you can donate money to me. If you make it worth my while, I will absolutely do that.
Look at this distinguished businessman.
As a distinguished businessman, all right, we can call it a trade. I see, says Larry. I love my job, which is not a job. Oh my gosh. It says that poop can be good for your dental hygiene. What?
I don't envy the art requests and being asked to draw all sorts of things.
Oh my gosh. Don't even get me started, dude. Okay, so I actually got an art request yesterday, and I will tell you about it. 'Cause I get a bunch of them. I've recently gotten a bunch. There's been like an uptick in people trying to commission me for a bunch of stuff. And let me tell you, sometimes it's really harmless. Other times it's like, can you make me something completely free? Other times it's, can you make me something completely obscene? Okay. This is more in the obscene camp, right?
All right, later.
The guy said, I would like you to make something for me. And I'm like, okay, cool. You understand that commissions cost money, right? And he's like, cool, I'm game. I'm like, all right, let me know what you want. He's like, I want you to draw Hitler. That's what he started. He started with Hitler. Okay, draw Hitler.
Okay.
As a lizard, squirting blood out of his eyes in the form of a swastika as he's doing Sieg Heil.
What? Okay.
And that's not even close to the worst that I've had. That was just like, okay. Why though? Why though?
Why do you... Oh, there are some lizards that like can shoot blood from their eyes. My brain
Yes,
was
it was
thrown
specifically
for a loop, so I would...
specifically the lizard that can squirt blood out of its eyes defensively.
Oh, and I guess it's like a meme on like the Nazis being lizards or whatever. Oh, okay. I get the picture. Okay. I
That
think
might be more
I might
absurd
be
than
able
me
to
asking you for toe
piece
drawings.
together.
Yes, Larry. Yes, Larry.
I think yeah, toe drawings are definitely lower on the ladder than whatever the fuck that was.
But yeah, I've had some weird stuff asked to me. I've asked like, hey, can you draw me like using you as like a fleshlight? And I'm like, no. Why the fuck would you want me to do that?
Imagine the place to be in to ask an artist something like that.
I mean, I say that because it's like really fucking funny. I still think it's really fucking funny. But like, my disgust level does raise. It does. Okay.
Have you
is there
seen how that
anything
Bimo was
else?
dressed? How he looked? The stick
Did
man?
you see how the
It's
Bimo
all
was
his
dressed?
fault.
Yeah. People will get traumatized if I send the feet drawings again. Trust me, there's nothing that you could post that would traumatize me, but there are things that you could post that would make me time you out. Some artists are okay with their OC being drawn that way. I literally can't stop you from drawing my OC that way, no matter how I feel about it. So if you wanted to, then go for it. That is not me saying that I'm okay with you doing it, but more like I can't stop you. I'm not going to Streisand effect myself, all right? If you like this kind of content, you should like and subscribe. Okay. But yeah, that's the... I need to find the specific video that I saw. I think it was actually from Actual Justice Warrior. He had a pretty good video on it. I know that you don't like him very much, but there was one that he did on this that I saw. Had a great clip in it. There it is. Leftists say hot women equal fascism.
Jeans are
Let's see if I
passed
can find it. I can't show the actual ad. So I'm looking for... Yeah, here we go.
I'm pretty sure
All
that's
right.
not what the leftists said, but okay.
Well,
Maybe
of
some
course,
them,
it's
the Twitter
hyperbolic.
exploits.
It's hyperbolic language. Okay, so we're gonna skip over to this fun commentary. Artists can draw anything that doesn't mean that you should draw it. Very true. Very true. I show speed was correct. Who gon' stop me? True. Very true. All right. You can see this, right?
Yep.
Okay.
JusticeWarrior.com/join.
Give me the money.
It's after this clip.
Give me the money, okay?
Did American Eagle just run an ad for eugenics?
So that's how that starts. And now we're gonna, you guys are gonna get a little bit of fan service, I guess, if you like Sydney Sweetie.
Are passed down from parents to offspring.
I literally don't know
Totally
who the
just
fuck she
talking
is,
about
but
denim,
okay,
right?
now I know.
She's just an actor.
This is literally my
an
first
actress.
exposure to this person.
Oh, well, you're gonna learn. You're gonna learn. Finished watching Baywatch Nights with Enzo. What I miss? Oh, you missed so much. You missed so much, Judicus. All right, so let's pay attention to what she's saying on here on the right.
Just a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman explaining how her good genes gave her personality and purity. I mean, are we really going to pretend that this isn't a little fashy-coded?
What do you think?
It's not necessarily fashion coded, but you can interpret it as endorsing basically preservation of genes. I guess you could twist it to be like, oh, it's ethno-nationalist
that
or
deep, though?
eugenicist. It's
Is
not
it
that deep. The whole thing is that you are. It's a stupid ad where they thought the two words sounded alike. Like again,
yes,
the you don't need to make it about how the washing machine ad is about like racist or whatever, because yeah, it was a bad idea, but it doesn't have some in-depth political message that it's trying to convince you of. It's very dumb. Like, clearly the idea isn't some secret cabal trying to push their messaging this way. No, if someone was powerful enough to do that, they would just straight up tell you or force you or do the censorship thing that Britain is trying to pull off.
To quote
It's a
Mystic
stupid
Vegeta,
ad.
Mystic Vegeta in the chat says, "Are we not gonna say that this woman complaining isn't cunty coded instead of fashy coded?" Let's keep it going.
Look, I'm not saying that Sydney Sweeney personally wrote this ad to revive the Third Reich, but American Eagle absolutely knew what they were doing here. You don't get.
Hold on.
No, they knew that two words sounded alike and they thought it was fucking funny. That's what they
Yeah,
knew.
'cause
You
it's
are
clever.
attributing too much.
Larry, I need to address Larry in the chat here. Says, how much money would it cost to make a femboy drawing of yourself? I'm asking for a friend. A femboy drawing of myself?
Summoned the devil, Bimo. You
Okay.
have
Here's the
opened
question,
the
Larry.
gates of hell.
Would it be this version? Would it be this version? Or would it be this version? Like, which one would you go for? Which one would you want? I need to actually, like, I keep accidentally skipping over here. The Blobmo? $30. You do that, you'll see. Next stream, you'll see a femboy Blobmo.
Spring.
Totally
I'm
just
also
talking
asking for
about
a
denim,
friend,
right?
sure.
was made.
Hmm? What'd you say?
Business was just conducted.
Yeah, it's a business transaction.
Just a blonde-haired,
The
blue-eyed
shareholders
woman
want it.
explaining how her good genes gave her personality and purity. I mean, are we really going to pretend that this isn't a little fashy coded? Look, I'm not
Yeah, the
saying that Sydney
personality
Sweeney
part, I
personally
don't
wrote this
like
ad
it.
to revive.
Say that one time.
The whole thing connecting personality to genes, I don't particularly like that. Scientifically, it's been also... Well,
dubious.
this is an area where research is ongoing, but it's dubious. Most of personality is influenced by upbringing and such. Like, looking at the genes, organs, brains, or whatever of people who are like the same or even drastically different, serial killers or geniuses, a lot of scientific research came to the conclusion that the main differentiator, whether or not someone grows up to be someone who has great capabilities for cunning and such, whether they grow up to be a scientific genius or a serial killer, is how they were raised and what their childhood and family and support network are like. Or someone who craves like the attention juice, the adrenaline, whether or not they become a serial killer or someone who runs over people with cars, or they become a firefighter or a paratrooper chasing the seal. Again, it's mostly down to how they develop as a child or how they are
Oh,
treated
for
and how
sure.
they grow up to be. So the whole thing about like genes are about personality, bullshit. No, don't believe that for a second, and it's not proven.
I don't know. I don't quite believe in like blank slate. That's for sure. Like, I think that your genes
No,
do have an
obviously,
effect
you're
on your
not a blank
behaviors to a degree, but that also removes agency. Like, I think that you definitely have
The
agency.
mere
as
fact
a
that if you
person.
remove some genes, you won't be able to perform some baseline behavior. Yeah, obviously, not a blank slate. But the vast majority of it is determined by upbringing. That's what molds you. Genes may take if you remove some genes, you may remove the ability of some people to take part in certain behavior, but it doesn't mean they determine your personality. In the same way, just because I remove your legs, I will prevent you from becoming an Olympic runner. But just because you have certain types of legs in of itself will not make you an Olympic runner. You need the determination, the dream, the training, the constant ability, the ability to make it to the Olympics, etc. It's more complex than that.
So we're gonna keep going here.
The Third Reich, but American Eagle absolutely knew what they were doing here. You don't get to drop lines about inherited traits, blue eyes, and great genes while zooming in on somebody that could have walked straight off of a Nazi propaganda poster and expect people not to catch that reference.
Wow. So I'm just saying, they make a direct comment about how she's got blue eyes, and she's wearing blue jeans, so of course she's got good genes. It's that simple. It's fucking.
Yeah, but some people are just completely radicalized by the information spaces and how the world is going right now. So I can understand why people would lose their shit because they are constantly bombarded by extremism and they'll perceive this as extremist too, of course. So, yay.
Good genes used to mean
But
racial
yeah, all
purity
of this
in
could be
fascist
said
circles.
about the this could be all of this could be said about, well, not all of this, but things very similar to this could be said about the washing machine ad too. Like you can go into it and nitpick it to hell, but the mere fact that it got out tells me that it probably wasn't this deeply poked and prodded for meaning before it was approved for being released.
No, it's manufactured outrage, like 100%. I do not believe these people actually think this. I
Well,
think this
everyone
is
is
really
talking about it,
fucking
and
stupid.
of course we too have to talk about it. But wouldn't it reach more people if we were super pissed off and outraged, or very emotional about it, either positively or negatively? Wouldn't that give us more
TikToker
views,
goes
Imo?
through her liquid snake arc. Liquid. Is that a Hydra octopus on the way behind her? I don't know what you're referring to, Vegeta. Oh, my chat's going weird.
And now it's just denim marketing. We are watching fascist aesthetics sneak back into.
Larry just had a realization. Wait, I can just draw Fembimo.
Oh. I mean, yeah, if you have the skills, yeah.
He's like, wait, I have the power. I can do it. I believe in you, Larry. Do it. Post it in my Discord.
Imagine if this is what motivates them to become like an actually good artist. Holy shit.
He's a genius. Yes, Larry, but we don't want you to, for the record. I love you, Andine.
Culture through fashion ads, trad wife influencers, and yes, now blue jeans. If you think this was an innocent ad, you have not been paying attention.
So I don't know how to say this
Only
in a
if you're
polite
retarded.
way.
You
I don't
can-
know how to say.
No. You can think that like there could be an environment where this could be done as a not innocent ad, absolutely. But if you look at who did it and how, it's less likely that they had this all evil mastermind plan behind it. Like if it were released by someone with a lot of previous history of sympathizing with I don't know, genetical purges or supporting ethno-nationalism or were extremely far right or donated to far right
Can you see
political parties
this?
or whatever. Basically, then you would have a point. Yes, I see that. How many elbows do you have in that picture?
I have enough elbows, okay? I think this is awesome.
This makes you look like a hat crab, like the little beamo just dropped on top of
100%.
someone's head and took control of the body.
And you can still fucking hear the help me, help me, save me, like 100%, like just like how real head crabs are, you know. Thank you, job application. That is what he did. So
Anyway,
I moved it
TLDR,
to I moved it over to another lady who is even more upset
Okay.
about it.
Let's hear her opinion.
This is under every rock.
I will be the friend that's too woke because those Sydney Sweeney American Eagle ads are weird.
It's weird. It's weird.
I mean, it is weird, but yeah, not
What's
for
weird
the
about it?
same reason you'd say probably.
It's a hot lady in jeans. I don't think it's that weird.
Yeah, that part is not, obviously, that's not the weird part. It's sex sells, come on. Like, obviously it's not the weird. The weird part is that they didn't learn from all of the ads that did this shit before. That's the weird part. That somebody didn't just, someone normal didn't okay the ad before
Hold
it
on,
went
Hydra.
out.
Hold on. No, they okayed the ad because they knew, I'm sure, that these ad marketers are not idiots. So they're like, oh, this is going to generate discussion.
Yeah, that's also possible that they were aiming for the you know, no bad PR is
Outraged
still PR.
marketing
But it's
works.
also possible that they were approving the ad with one hand. So, you know, whatever.
You know, fair enough.
like fascist weird, like Nazi propaganda weird.
So sometimes I think the world is just
Okay,
AI
you can just
generated
read it.
everything.
Hold on, this is literally what we did. You can read into it. Oh, how exactly it got viral or whatever. I just want to see the additional proof of like it being sinister. The fact that the political atmosphere is supercharged and very radicalized and extremist right now, in of itself, is not enough for me to attribute it to a sinister political motive, just because the ad is more weird or poorly done than compared to what I would have made it if I was in charge or whatever, you know. Like, the same thing, if the washing machine ad was made by, I don't know, a Japanese party that wanted to deport everyone from Japan who couldn't prove their ancestry going back 8 generations was purely Japanese, then I would be more sympathetic to the point, hey, maybe this is politically and ideologically motivated. But aside from, if you don't provide me proof of that, I won't believe you.
Of course. I think root beers look hot. What the fuck, Larry? Is wrong with you? Oh, Larry.
Everything is fake, everything is not real, and this is a perfect example of what we're talking about. Here you have an overweight woman who, of course, has a nose ring in her face.
I know you don't
she has
like
one
him.
of the extra
I'm trying to
woke
skip him a little bit.
LGBT double XIIP
Listen,
community
it's not that
flags
I don't
behind her,
like-
and she's talking about how
It's just I appreciate when someone consistently calls out something that they dislike, but the problem is when they are not willing to do that anymore against when they very clearly associate with a team and not willing to do that with their own team, then I lose respect for them. Or when somebody does call out inconsistency or poor behavior when it's already convenient for them because they happen to be political opponents, but that they engage in the exact same behavior, I'm going to look at them a different way. For
I don't even know
AGW
what
is
you're
going to
referring
be his flip-flopping on January 6th, etc. Like all of these things about how he was. I don't want to go into depth, but when he, how hardly he was against the BLM riots, but how pro January 6th he was, in of itself is a little bit okay. Like it reminds me of when Matt
I'll be honest, I
Walsh
don't
went
remember
around
his
and
position on it.
did. Yeah, I'll give you a comparison. Then the position itself is not necessarily the problem. You can have that position. The problem is the behavior engages with it in simultaneous. Like Matt Walsh went around, did the what is a woman, we need to be scientific, etc. And then when he was asked about gay marriage, he just went, but the Bible says no, and completely threw away science. Like, you can't just say, oh, I'm the science guy, I'm hard as sun, I do everything based off evidence, I want research or nothing, and then be like, what about this issue? Well, nobody cares about research, I'm gonna just approve my personal dogma and what I
Now,
already believe in. Like, this
with that
discardment
example,
of standards is a dislike.
I understand. With that example, though, far be it from me from wanting to defend Matt Walsh and his positions, because the dude, I don't like him at all. He's annoying as hell. But like, gay marriage is a fundamentally different subject than, you know, the weird like trans stuff that he was investigating with that movie.
You are
so
correct.
I can
but the
definitely
underlying
see.
assumption was still. It was still personal rights and whether or not people should be allowed to do something based on how good it is for them and what is the research about how beneficial it is for them or what harm can it cause.
Okay,
That
I
was
understand
still the
that.
underlying question.
Because I mean,
the
even as a
shifting of
Christian, for
principles
me,
when it's
I
convenient
wouldn't say
is-
I'm quote pro gay marriage, but it's more like I don't have a say in who you marry.
Yeah, but you probably wouldn't argue against any sort of whatever transitioning based on purely scientific grounds and being hardcore, like give me the research paper or give me death. Like, you know, it's you gotta keep yourself to your own principles. You can't just preach water and then drink wine in secret. It's not okay.
Oh
with
my
me.
gosh, Corona Kid finished his quote magnum opus. See this?
Oh, is that the climbing game?
Yeah, it's the game Peak.
I see that.
And you see
That
I'm a
demo does
little
look really
backpack.
nice, though.
The hair ain't accurate, but it works. All of this was done in MS Paint, by the way.
Okay, that is seriously impressive.
Yeah, don't praise him too much because he'll get a big head.
Come on, every time I see something drawn by him, I get more and more impressed. How can I not?
All right.
Oh, American Eagle, that's a brand for young girls, teenage girls, and young adults. And they're looking at these advertisements and they're going, yikes, this is horrible. This is terrible.
Should we be surprised that a company whose name is literally American Eagle is making fascist propaganda like this?
All right, calm
Probably.
the fuck down, Jesus.
This is why I feel like it's manufactured.
This is the same kind of person who sees racism and fascism as the same thing. They are unable to, they are uninterested or unable or not willing to properly define extremist ideologies or anything that
I'm
they
just
consider
gonna
harmful and just lump
screen
them all
cap this
together into this
beautiful
big, bad,
facial
evil
expression.
ball.
Your hair, right? Because I didn't want to calculate your hairline. Wow. Hurtful.
Not, but it's still really shocking. Like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman is talking about her good genes. Like, that is
So?
Nazi propaganda. I also
No, it's fucking
No, it's
not,
not
you
necessarily.
goddamn retard.
I told, like, see, I told you, she's unable to distinguish between different forms of things she doesn't like. All views them as the same form of political extremism.
Well, she's using this rhetoric for her own political ends.
Forget about people being able to tell fascism and National Socialism apart. Now racism is just basically fascism at this point. Oh boy. I'm sitting over here like, just, I had to study extremist ideologies for graduation, okay? I still remember way back when that happened, and then these fucking retards on the internet get to speak nonsense to millions of people who didn't have to do any of this. I feel
Hey,
violated.
Hydra,
Okay, it's unfair.
you
It's
are
outrageous,
one of
it's
those
unfair.
retards now. You're a retard spurging on
but
the
I don't-
internet. It's okay.
Millions of people don't listen to me. Give millions of people to listen to my retards, when then the force will be in balance.
Okay. That's why I'm giving you a platform. No.
Thank
Darling
you for
says in the
platforming me
chat.
for your millions of viewers, Mimo.
Yes, my millions of viewers. The 11 people that we have in chat right now. But one thing that pisses me
We
off
appreciate
that
every
these
one of you,
types
by the way.
always draw swastikas the wrong way, like a manji. That's so true, though. Well, it's the spirit of the symbol, right? Because the manji is not the manji anymore because the Nazis are more well known.
Yeah, you can have just this history override symbol. Like, for example, the Russian invasion of Ukraine turned the letter Z into a hate symbol because for what it was used consistently. Previously, it wasn't that, but now it is. The same way, the Nazis appropriated the swastika and then turned it into a representation of their unhinged ideology. Even though before it was quite common in Oriental, Indian, even
Still
Roman
is.
art.
It still is.
Yeah, but I just don't consider that being a current thing. That was a thing in the past. Like, you're not gonna find any freshly painted Roman frescoes or whatever. Not frescoes, you know what I mean. The little,
Yeah.
what's the thing that is on the floor on the wall and made out of tiny little stones? The
Mosaic.
word escapes me. Mosaics, thank you. That's what I'm talking about. You're not gonna find any freshly made Roman mosaics with swastikas in them because the Romans aren't around making mosaics anymore. And also, if they were, they would probably think twice before putting the swastika in it.
Fucking Moemasu saying he has a manji tattoo. Next to the letters SS. Okay, bud. Sure you do.
So I'm thinking about like all of the young girls who are doing their back to school shopping right now at places like American Eagle who are seeing ads like this. Yikes.
When in reality,
Most people are not smart enough to even attempt to think about this. I'm sorry. Like, the
Smart
average
enough?
person
I don't
at
think
whom
most
this
people
ad is
care.
aimed. Yeah, but even if they cared, they would not have the necessary intelligence to launch to this hula hoop of a logic train. Like,
A great example
you
of this.
overestimate. Yeah.
Great example is I've gotten into plenty of arguments about this before, but you know, there's one person that I was arguing with where they said like, I hate these large companies. I need to not use them, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, stop going to Walmart. And they're like, but they have the best deals. Stop using Amazon. But
sounds like an American.
Just stand by your principles. Communists often call anything they don't like fascist, just like people who are neither like to label anything they don't like as socialism.
Yeah, this is unfortunately really harmful. Now you have an entire generation of young Americans convinced that socialism is when workers have lots of rights and we have lots of social safety nets, because continuously those things were called socialists or whatever. Like it genuinely fucks with the political health of a country when you even have socialists or communists masquerading aside social democrats or social liberals or whatever, saying, oh, well, we kind of want the same thing, whatever. And then in reality, their views are fundamentally incompatible and they will destroy the movement from the inside. You know, it's not healthy to continuously blame something that, oh, that's the extreme thing that we can debate issue by issue, please. Actually, do the intelligent thing and break it down.
All right. Well, we are going to keep this going.
The exact opposite is happening. Again, American Eagle is going for an aspirational brand. The reason they're choosing attractive people instead of overweight people is because they realize that attractive people actually sell product. Sydney
No,
Sweeney
they do not
is
realize.
Do you see this?
Stop. Pause.
I don't know
Nobody
if you
needs
see
to
this in
realize
the
it.
corner. Javier Milei
What?
saved
What?
Argentina.
Oh, I did not see that. Okay.
It
That's
showed
an
up.
opinion you can have.
It's currently their economy's finally going back up after all the changes.
Yay. World's crypto capital. Presidential rug pull. GG. The Argentinian lira will save our economy.
Finland also had a swastika-like symptom called the symbol called a Tersanjan. I
Yeah,
have
but
no
that's
idea
more
what that is.
understandable because they were heavily influenced by the Axis for a significant part of their modern history, so it may have resurfaced during World War II periods, because the Axis was basically the only one willing to protect them, which is why Finland was the only country that fought alongside the Axis and kind of got away with it, because they didn't do all of the genocidal nonsense, and their existence throughout World War II was basically just hanging on for dear life while the Soviet Union was constantly trying to fuck them. So, yeah.
Yeah. We're going to keep going on this video here.
The it girl in Hollywood right now. She is an attractive girl, even if she's not your personal preference. For all you gays out there that are going to say, oh, like she doesn't have a big enough butt like this guy did on twitter.com in order to bait for engagement.
Sorry, but Sydney Sweeney is a basic white girl with no butt. Oh, you meant it as an Angian's protective charm. Nice.
Or whatever you think is wrong with her. She is regarded as attractive right now. So they're using...
It's the what?
It's the windmill of friendship.
Yes, absolutely.
her to sell the product, and guess what? Young girls who want to feel attractive will buy product. This is how advertising works. Again, it is aspirational. It has nothing to do with the nazis. It's just a clever pun, or
ancient.
not so clever
Ancient,
pun about
not
how your
ancient.
genes are passed down. And
I disagree. Pause. I don't think this is like some. I hate how he said, and they realize that they need an attractive. They don't need to realize anything. This is not a new thing. Brands will just copy each other forever. Everyone does their advertising with attractive people. Everyone tries to mix it sex all the time as they can, so they can sell as much as they think.
And
I disagree
why
that
is that?
they realized anything. Okay, there is no realization necessary for the production of this ad. It is not necessary.
No, he's not talking about the people who produce the ad. He's talking about the people that that are consuming the product. Because you're more likely to consume the product if you have an attractive person on it.
Yes, he's talking about that now, but he began the argument initially with the people making the ad realized that they need an attractive person to blah, 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 blah. Like, it was I may be misremembering or misquoting, but it was something along those lines that he began the argument with. which I disagree with, because maybe someone initially made that breakthrough, but that was like centuries ago, maybe. Like, nobody needs to
Maybe.
realize this anymore. Just everyone does this.
I just skipped past his yapping.
As I said earlier on, the brand for fat girls, the brand for not attractive people.
Also, American Eagle is mostly a brand that like teenagers to like young adults shop at. And so the fact that like
Hurtful. I have American Eagle pants.
this type of advertising is being used that feels so for the male gaze and so over sexualized, like
That's
For the
your
male
opinion.
gaze.
Okay.
For the male gaze. Like GAYS? But also, I really hate that term for the male gaze, like the male gaze, because that implies that women don't like also looking at other attractive women. Hey, DJ Ronnie G, how you doing?
It goes both ways. Like, when someone aspires to be attractive in society, you can't just say, oh, it's for the gaze of the opposite sex, because it's also for the gaze of the same, also for the attention of the stickers from the, I can't speak anymore, it's too late over here. The point is, you can't just say when someone tries to be attractive that they are only doing it for the opposite sex. Yes, mainly they are doing it to try to appear, some part is due to trying to appear attractive to someone they are potentially looking to attract, but it's not just that. There are a bunch of societal standards, people who want to look good compared to other people, or just want to be able to hit that level that they aspire to, or others, or fit into a group, etc., etc., etc. You can't just say that it's for the gaze of someone, because it could be for a bunch of other different reasons that you just discarded with no argument. Like,
yes.
If you were to present a convincing argument why you think that it is only for that, I would be more inclined to believe you. But you just threw it out there like it's self-evident. That's the case every single time, and it's obviously not if you look at human society.
Moe Masu says, yeah, it's for me.
That's a healthy attitude to life. Everything's for me. I'm the center of the universe.
No, this is for him. This is for his gaze. There you go. But is it getting too late for you? Do you want to get out of here?
I can take another 5 to 10 minutes. Just a little bit. Get through some of the most important parts of this video, and then I'll dip.
Okay.
like I just don't like it. I don't like it even a little bit.
There
Again,
we
this
go.
woman
There
is
we
such
go.
a
That's the actual thing. You don't like it, and you lumped it in together with a bunch of other extremist ideologies you also don't like. That's the logical fault right there. You work backwards from conclusion. It's okay to not like something. I don't like the ad either, but I'm able to realize that it's probably just a stupid ad. Okay. But people haven't developed the healthy capability of being able to distinguish between things that they don't like because they're constantly bombarded with hate or clickbait or rage bait and all of these things in this polarized online space with rising extremism amongst the political groups and all of the bullshit that's happening and the unhealthy information silos and bubbles and all of that. So they just lump it in together with the things they don't like. I think this person exemplifies really well the problem with what happens when you live in these radicalized spaces. And this neatly ties back to why I hate Twitter. I think these places should be obviously reformed or cleansed or removed. But yeah, that's my point. That's right there. That is the most important thing that she said in the entire video. I don't like it. That's it.
It just really gets to me that she looks exactly like one of my coworkers.
It doesn't help that she
It's
looks
uncanny.
stereotype.
She does look like a stereotype, yes. Okay, so he does a lot more yapping, giving his opinion on what she's saying. We're going to move over here.
Like, this is the boob girl. This is what she's known for. People watch,
yeah,
going to say
important.
that she's mid or whatever. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. You can recognize that somebody's not your particular favorite, most attractive person while also understanding that she is attractive and known for being attractive. Again, like, this is the boob girl. This is what she's known for. People watch that show Euphoria to see Sydney Sweeney without her shirt on, and they end up actually seeing an overweight girl go through a whole romance thing thing that you don't even want to see. Trust me, it's not worth it. I felt lied to with the advertisements for Euphoria, and of course you see Zendaya, who's just in everything for some reason.
Bro, and I haven't even mentioned the fact that this entire ad campaign that Sydney Sweeney is doing right now is incredibly reminiscent to the Brooke Shields Calvin Klein jeans ad campaign that she did when she was 14 years old. That was extremely over-sexualized and weird. Yeah. Why are we referencing that?
Why not?
Why are we referencing that?
Also, we're not
agreed
referencing
that was
it.
Are you
weird
sure
that
it's
they had her
referencing?
do that.
Like,
It's not actually.
you just...
So I can't show it
Bimo, why are you
on
referencing
YouTube.
Stalin? Bimo, how dare you? Why are you referencing Stalin? You are being a communist right now. How dare you? I don't have to prove anything. Why are you doing it? Stop doing it, Bimo. Bimo, I don't like you. I demand you stop being a Stalinist. How dare you, Bimo? What is this level of argumentation? Prove something. Don't just... And you just
You know,
threw shit
okay,
at a wall, hoping that something
Hydra,
sticks.
I think that your argument is very fascist coded, and you need to just like realize that about yourself, and I hope you get help.
I think you're gay, and you are for the male gaze.
You think I'm gay and for the male gaze? I love it.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, basically, if you want to argue something, don't just throw out words or things that you don't like. Please substantiate.
Well,
Okay.
there's a
normal.
specific person that that's in one of the groups I talk to. He likes to say, "You are just saying words now." That's what
I mean,
she's
technically
doing.
that's always true, but there is more to it than that.
You're speaking to say words. There you go. You're not trying.
just
There's no
pushing
point
it.
behind it. You're huffing copium.
First of all, for the love of God, stop zooming in on your face. Just move the camera back, honestly, blur it a little bit, put one of those 1960s television filters that, you know, like it's like
I understand
Vaseline
he's
on
trying
the
to be
camera lens,
entertaining.
so we don't actually have to zoom in on your face. Girl or guy, that just happens to be a fact. So just relax, chill out, don't worry about it.
So we got a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white woman talking about her good jeans in an ad campaign that is a reference to a 14-year-old Brooke Shields, Calvin Klein's ad campaign.
I've already
Why is
checked
the
that, by the way.
reference? Tell me.
Okay. I'm in another window here. 1 second.
I'm 10 windows ahead of you. I'm 10 parallel windows ahead of you.
So this is the specific image that is being referenced here. All right. That this apparently is a reference to this, which there's not really any evidence to that being the case other than she's wearing jeans.
So that's enough of a reference.
And the
Why?
thing that made this uncomfortable was that this person's 14. Like at this time, this person was 14.
Bimo, why would you advocate for animal rights? Do you know who was a big animal rights advocate? Adolf Hitler. How dare you reference the mustache man? I didn't know you were such a big fan of the Austrian painter.
Yeah, well.
You don't want to drink
just
alcohol.
is.
Stalin drank alcohol.
I just love this whole idea. It's the guilt by association type of
You're
thing
gonna
that
need
she's
some
pulling right
solid
now.
evidence if you want something to, like, think about movies or art forms. Like, if something references something, it's usually more than just a passing, oh, I saw that in that one. Like, it needs to be more than just, oh, they also wore a jean. Like, for something to be a reference, it needs to be a little bit more. It needs a bit of spice, some sauce, you know, something special
Some
to make it like a reference, truly a reference, okay? You're gonna, just because something gets blown up that is big, doesn't automatically make it a Star Wars reference to the Death Star being blown up. Now, if it blows up in a similar manner, or somebody flies through a tiny opening and drops something in a tiny hole and then it blows up, now that will count as a Star Wars Death Star being blown up reference. You know, it needs to be more than just one thing looks similar. I don't know if you get what I mean.
I do. The jean commercial is a reference to the other jean commercial because they both have jeans. And it's in their jeans. That's what makes it good.
And the washing machine black dude commercial is a reference to every single other washing machine commercial ever. I get it.
Absolutely. And the toothpaste commercial. The toothpaste commercial. The thing is, ever since I saw Zax showed me that. And ever since I've seen it, it has lived in my head rent-free. That is a toothpaste commercial. Because the first part of that
is unfortunate.
It's, you know, he has a bunch of balloons in his house, and it seems like he might
such
be
a good commercial, but yeah, no.
It's just a little sus, just a little bit.
Yeah, but you look back at old ads, and you can make fun and good commercials. It's possible. It doesn't always have to be cringe.
Oh, some of the best commercials ever made are from years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't. Oh, was it some an advertisement for a German car or something? I remember the commercial was like a car is driving through horrible, ominous weather and then stops before a house. Very creepy. A man jumps out, goes into a home, and it's like, and there is like the stereotypical German Nordic again. I think blue-haired, blonde, blue-eyed woman there sitting on a couch about like, oh, won't your wife know in this weather she can't possibly get it? You know, that's the whole point, the selling point of the car.
Yeah.
She can't possibly get there. And then it cuts to like the wife going with her car through all sort of weather to another dude to cheat on her husband, who also asks, won't your husband know in this weather, you know, it's impossible for him to get here. And that's the point of that with the
That's
car
hilarious.
you can drive through this weather. That's the, like, you can do funny ads that don't slip into this weird, uncomfortable territory of black dude becoming white and still
Oh my gosh, Dudicus, I know exactly what you're talking about. Dudicus just asked me to look up Darky toothpaste. It's exactly what you think it might be. it's called Darky for a reason.
Yeah,
well, you're not
just
American,
just
so
to finish
I
my
don't know.
rant,
Go
I
ahead.
won't probably know what the ad is about, but I believe the art of making good ads was lost a time ago.
100%. The logo is terrifying. Yeah. Well, we got this to keep going here. She's almost done yapping, so.
That we've all agreed was really weird and predatory. Yeah, I don't like this one. I don't like it. I don't like anything about it, actually. Nope.
Now look, overall, I think the real lesson of this story is that
Most
people
reasonable
will
thing
get
she said.
outraged over everything. This campaign is kind of doing
He's spitting
exactly
facts
what
right
it's
now, though.
intending, getting all these people to rage out and say, oh my god, these jeans they're now fascist or whatever,
Outrage
and
marketing.
add all this background political commentary, when in reality, all American Eagle is trying to do is take the current it girl, put her in
Make
the ad
money.
campaign, and hopefully
money.
sell more product, because what these brands have discovered over the past 10 years when we've had this woke revolution in advertising is that, guess what, this idea of being a non-aspirational brand doesn't work for everybody. This idea that you have to represent the overweight and all the problems in the United States of America and have every single
not a new
look but
thing.
attractive wearing your products,
Well, what he's referring to, do you remember, there was like a commercial that was basically a video game character that basically had to wear like a corset or anything, and it was like a fake video game. Do you know what I'm referring to?
I don't know, I have some ideas. Continue. Was it an Unreal ad? An ad for Unreal Engine?
It used Unreal to make it, but it was an ad about how you can be perfect at any size. And it was using video game characters as an example of that. Not real video game characters, but they made
but
characters.
Yeah, I don't think I know that one. I might be. I don't think I recall. But the point is that could, first of all, it could also be the same outrage marketing if they know it's going to be a divisive thing, which they almost certainly knew that's going to be a divisive thing to say that. And also, it's
Well, that's what he means by
generally
not
like,
aspirational,
you
non-aspirational.
can
Yes,
just
the
target.
dove ad.
It doesn't matter the aspiration. You can just target people whom you think will buy the thing and try to appeal to them, or say something that will get people talking about the thing. Like, you have to, I get that this is kind of the reverse, or aspirational, non-aspirational, but it's still the same fundamental mechanics at work. You will still create divisiveness. People will talk about the product, etc. Like
This one,
it's not a new revolution or anything. It's just the same in reverse.
Is this it?
Había 2 personajes.
There are only 2 female characters, both over sexualized. Oh, yeah. This is definitely it. Both over sexualized, and well, those are the only 2 opinions I could choose from. 2 out of 3 female gamers in the UK say there's a lack of representation in video games. There you don't exist. Sam is in a wheelchair.
Pause. Hold on. Lack of representation in video games.
Yes.
Why do you need to represent real life in video games? The whole point of video games is to be escapist entertainment. If you make it representative of real life, people will stop playing video games because they don't want it to be real life. People don't want to be represented. They want to aspire to an ideal, something different, something they can enjoy. If they wanted it to be representative of real life, they wouldn't play it. Please. Like, I get that there is the niche appeal of simulator games, but it should be as representative as possible. But that's a certain genre. People don't play video games to create a one-to-one copy of Earth.
Let me show you something that's amazing. This is official art, okay? This is. I'm gonna open this up. Open image, a new tab. All right, we're gonna bring this down. This is official Dungeons and Dragons art, by the way.
Oh, I remember this. I ranted about this at great length. I remember there was a thinker where we covered this. Like, this is like a magic setting, right?
This is a fantasy setting, fantasy medieval setting, and they decide, for representation's sake, we're just gonna put a fucking wheelchair in here. Now every dungeon has to be wheelchair accessible.
Creatively bankrupt. Creatively bankrupt, I say. Great way to, if you want to do some funny that is disabled from waist down in a fantasy settings, I don't know, the first one that comes to mind is Yugambrugan from Morrowind, or you could do something like or Darth Maul from the Clone Wars animated series.
Welcome back,
like
Larry.
you can do a bunch of cool fantasy
Yes.
prosthetics and whatever, but doing the same as real life and just pasting it into a fantasy setting shows a profound lack of creativity.
Yes, but here's the thing. There's a reason why this is a thing that occurs. It's because a lot of these folks that play these games, I've experienced this personally, that a lot of these folks that play these games want to have a literal self-insert of themselves in every way that they are into a D&D game.
It might not be healthy.
It's not. There's no aspiration. They just want to be able to self-insert themselves and basically have the world revolve around them. There's so many better ways.
Last time someone
like, I don't have a problem.
Self-insert, they got traumatized because of what their in-game character did. So no, don't do
I don't have a problem with the wheelchair. Like, the wheelchair itself, not being able to use your legs, having something else that will help you move around is fine. But to have it be a literal wheelchair is something that is ridiculous when you could have, you know, a chair that
at least
walks.
make it like a
it literally
steampunk
walks.
dwarven something. Yeah, like you I get that you
Have
want
a
it to be a
wolf.
chair because the character sits on it. Like you have a fantasy setting. You have so much. You have the access to so much things that would not be there for a conventional real life utility based wheelchair that has to appeal to rigid human modern architecture and all that. A fantasy doesn't care about that. Let your creativity fly high, you know, that's the point.
Yes, and this is what I'm criticizing like Wizards of the Coast for, because yes, it's creatively bankrupt. There's so many more creative ways that you could make this battle chair exist. In fact, Critical Role, they're basically the most popular D&D podcast ever. They have their own book that is basically semi-official that has a quote battle chair, and it is a wheelchair that has like a million different modes that it can go into to explain how you would be able to use it in this setting.
What if you have either that or, what was her name? Chaos Witch Quelag. What if you get grafted from waist down onto some monster? Imagine
that is something that
or
would
like
be
a steampunk
awesome.
version of that. Like
That would be
that's
awesome.
gonna You have so many options. It's fantasy.
It's fantasy. Exactly. Instead of, I just want to be able to not be able to use my legs, so then I have to be on a chair. That's fine. But don't just do a wheelchair. What's wrong
Make
with
the
that?
chair fly.
Well,
It's
it's boring.
It's whatever.
Yes, I'm literally gatekeeping this. I don't like it when people don't have good ideas. There you go.
Teach them to have
Moimasu
better
says
ideas or
that
something.
shit is
Come
so
on.
funny, dude. I agree. I agree. I've decided to give my
defeat the
D&D
rogue.
character gout.
Stairs. The ultimate defense against the rogues from breaking in. Build stairs.
Do you think like when he falls off a cliff that like these wheels like extend out and become like things that he can fly with? You know, that
No,
would be
he needs
pretty
to
neat.
roar for repair and
Dude,
broken bones.
also like he has 0 reflex saving throws with this setup. I give myself gout. No need for fantasy there. It's just in order to be able to be seen, to see yourself, because that's important now.
Imagine being in a fantasy setting and still having to push your own wheelchair around.
I know, right? -2 dex.
My guess is that's not what
Whoa,
a
whoa, whoa.
disabled person does for,
Aeondyne.
but what do I know?
If he has no working use of his legs, that should be like a -8. 3 off of that modifier on dexterity. He should, and also it would be against strength checks as well. Like in terms of like, yeah, he has 8 dex max, maybe. Oh, that was for the gout. Okay, the gout makes sense. Okay.
Sympathy,
So,
charisma. Have you considered how much you can aura farm while being in a wheelchair?
not much. I don't think you can, at least.
Why not? You can sit around epically in silence while a bunch of things move around you and pretend to be motionless and immersed in thought, and the solid pillar around which the regular coming and going of humans happens, and you are so much beyond and above them by staying completely
Actually,
motionless and in place while everyone else walks around.
I'll be honest. You don't have it. You usually, if you're paralyzed, you don't have the use of like your genitals, so you wouldn't be coming and going.
Ha ha ha. I see that we haven't moved on from the mind gobbling part yet.
Oh my gosh. He gets +15 to intimidation when he, quote, jumps off the wheelchair and starts galloping towards his enemies. No, here's the thing. There was like a 4chan thing here, because that I looked at. It was like, okay, you're going through the dungeon. One of your teammates is in a wheelchair and uses that. They get injured. You use heal to heal all their injuries. They suddenly are able to use their legs. He still uses the chair and refuses to elaborate. He starts screaming when you start bringing it up. Like, fucking hell. Yeah, it's I've never run into that type of hypersensitivity. Yeah, greater restoration, indeed. It would actually fix the issue. So when you're dealing with magic that fixes all of these issues, these permanent infirmities are almost never a permanent issue, which means it would be either a quest line
made it
or
a permanent issue somehow, like in Harry Potter.
Exactly. You would have to do some sort of weird curse.
I don't know why you would do that. Like, why is it in Harry Potter that... Sorry, one of my many problems with Harry Potter.
Are we shitting on Harry Potter? I'm so happy.
Magic. You can just have magic that's like, oh no, this is the special one that you can't heal if it cuts off the... Or also, Avada Kedavra is the dumbest shit. Like, you gave wizards a gun. You had the epic duel between Dumbledore and Tom in the Ministry of Magic, where you had them doing all of the transformation and alteration and casting all sorts of spells back and forth. But when you introduce the Avada Kedavra, all of that goes away because now everyone just has a gun and it's going to spam that shit all over again. Like,
yes, and that's what happened.
Had really cool magical setting or delved into more about like the decadence of wizard civilization, but you didn't do any of that. Somehow they just I don't want to get into it because I could talk about it forever, but
dude, I got into a fight on someone else's channel over saying Harry Potter is trash. I
mean,
started
the
such
world
a problem
building
on
is
Cinnabeer's channel.
certainly not good. Yeah.
That's the worst part about it. The magic makes absolutely no sense and has no consistency either. Oh yeah.
Why are there industrial scale spells? There is no reason for there to not be industrial scale spells. Where is the magical economy? How is it doing? Like, why do you have that the new spells are invented always by some fucking brooding teenager mid-class on the side of a book or something? How? Why? Come on.
Don't ask what the wizards were doing during World War II.
Yeah. You expect me to believe all of those panzers were mass-produced by humans?
And you just realize that, like, the wizards were on the side of the fucking Nazis. So that's how they got rid of all those people in that short amount of time. God, that's awful. Oh my god. Accio Jews! Oh, that's awful. That's awful.
Was there the... No, it wasn't a disappearing closet. It would just get stuck between different places. I don't know. I thought that for a second that there would be something that you could just have people walk in and disappear forever, but no. I don't know.
There were
Let's not talk
hallways
about
in
it.
Hogwarts where people would walk and then they would disappear. And they would never be found again.
Really? I don't remember
Yes.
that.
There were plenty of things where it was like, it's too dangerous to walk down these areas without an escort because you're going to get lost because Hogwarts is a living building. So
Wasn't it because of the stairs? No, I don't. I only remember like the. I don't remember it being that dangerous. I remember there being plenty of OSHA violations because of the stairs and it catches
The
your leg
OSHA
and it fucking
violations,
beheads you
yes.
and whatever. But I don't remember the hallway that just eats you. I don't remember that one.
It's not that it eats you. It's that you get lost in Hogwarts and you're never recovered. You're never found.
Yeah,
There's
I don't
plenty
remember
of
that.
Yeah, there's plenty
That's
of little
awesome.
things brought up that is exactly like that, where it's like, oh, this little thing. Oh, well, they got on the wrong side of this one plant, therefore they're gone. The Weeping Willow. Holy shit, the Weeping Willow.
How is this allowed without anyone suing the shit out of a school? And if it can be sued, what is the magical legal system? How come people just don't refuse to go into certain parts of the school, or make groups that explicitly develop in those parts, and you have to go hunting for them? Like it wasn't. These were all amazing opportunities that weren't explored for world building. And I
No,
came up with all
because
of these
J.K.
ideas
Rowling
in,
was
like, at the
going
spot of
as
5
she...
seconds.
Wizard lawyers are shit. You know, that very well could be.
Yeah,
Wizard
all of
lawyers
those
are
Death
shit.
Eaters were able to get every single Death Eater that is still around and kicking as a prominent, influential family member got away by just pleading to be under the influence of Imperio, and that was it. Like, truly, wizard lawyers. Come on, man. What the fuck? I was mind controlled. Innocent. Discharged, says the judge. You know, how?
In
What
the
is this?
game, the previous herbology teacher was eaten by a plant, but they say he's on an extended leave of absence. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Sounds about right. That's the type of humor that was all over Harry Potter, though. Like, that I can accept, but also it's just that J.K. Rowling was definitely, like, she had no end goal for the series. So she had a bunch of
That is
these
not
little
even-
lore drops that she would put in there that she would never do anything with after she would move forward.
It breaks backwards compatibility.
Yes.
but yeah, even that's being said that, oh, they are on an extended leave of absence. That is funny, and that could fit into the world of, like, exactly, somebody's trying to cover it up, or like to avoid lawsuit. You know, no, they are not missing. You know, they're just on an extended leave of absence. Like, that in itself isn't a problem. The problem is how it's handled in the grander world. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna have to dip out because it's getting really late, and I still want to do stuff. So
Okay. Thanks for hanging out, Hydra. So
yeah, take care.
everyone, Hydra has a YouTube channel. I will drop the link. You guys should subscribe to him. He will be making content eventually.
Yes, I have 3 recordings that need to be put into the editing room and cut up into probably 1 or 2 reels.
Do it. Do
Yep.
it.
I'll get on it as soon as possible. Most of my time is eaten up because I'm working on the project, but I'll do that real soon.
Well, give me a link to your
warn you
channel
though, the
when you
audio quality
can
is
so
not
I
the
can
best.
drop it.
I'll let you know once it's up. Take
Alrighty.
care, and thank you guys very much for listening to me.
No problem. Hail
care.
Hydra.
Hail and goodbye.
Okay. There we go. Literally didn't understand a single word he said. Solid, clever dude, though. Oh, that's awesome. All right, chat. So, how we doing? How are we doing? Because I have thermal paste to go buy so that I can apply it to my CPU. But I'll probably end stream and then in about 2 hours start the stream back up. And then we would end it right before Thinkers. Or so. I want to try and play video games today, but it is definitely it is definitely like something that I can't play. I cannot risk playing video games today unless I get that thermal paste. So yeah. Either way, this has been a lot of fun. I'm glad that both Roadkill and Hydra were able to join me today. I think we got some fun stuff that I can clip out today. But yeah, what do you guys think? I'll probably if I can't, I'll just do stuff in the Discord, but we'll see. Either way, I'm going to call it for now. Might be back in about 1 to 2 hours. Thank you very much for hanging out. Make sure to like the stream and subscribe if you liked what you've seen. Bimo, you should be able to get some for 15 bucks. It's a problem of availability, Kalika Gamer. Also nice of you to join us. But either way, I'm going to go do that. I'm going to go try and keep my PC from exploding. So you guys have a good one. Take it easy. See you in about a couple hours.